Can you see by the dawn's early light was so proudly we hailed at the twilight as gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets singing out, yeah, through the night, that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks The Morning Show, presented by the Barn Dominion Company and Bresto Pros of the Midlands, part of the Chief Sports Network. Go Gamecocks!
He'll be fire on the mountain.
Consecutive home runs for Carolina.
It is good. It's gone.
He's in. Touchdown. Williams with the throw to the plate.
He's going to score. It's a walk-off.
Touchdown, South Carolina.
Well, I have a microphone and you don't.
So you will listen to every damn word I have to say. Pop a top again.
Oh, don't you dare look back, just keep your eyes on me. I said you're holding back, she said shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said ooh, ooh, shut up and dance. Don't you dare look back, just keep your eyes on me. I said you're holding back, she said shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said ooh, ooh, shut up and dance with me. Shut up and dance with me.
Happy Friday, Gamecock fans. Greetings and good morning. Welcome aboard and welcome home inside the Gamecocks, the morning show built by the Barn Co. and presented by our friends at Resto Pros, who are always there when you need them. Resto Pros of the Midlands, Resto Pros Midlands, SC.com. And the Barn Dominium Company builds incredible homes across the Carolinas. If you head to the barndoco.com, you will find where they have won so many awards and have been recognized nationally for how great they do what they do. The barndoco.com, Gamecock owned and operated. I am JB, still on the road up here in beautiful Maggie Valley, North Carolina, back in the studio on Friday. Today we were scheduled to have Chad Holbrook. He has been called in to duty at the College of Charleston, so we won't get him. He's got some things that kind of popped up, and he's got to take care of that, and we understand it. We do have Raphael coming up at 10:30. He'll tee up the super regional betting odds in the Belmont this weekend, and we certainly look forward to that with the supers underway. Obviously, softball, they got a game 3 to play tonight in the national championship now that Texas Tech has even the series. We'll talk some Carolina football today. A bunch of that coming up in hour number 2. More fun, hypothetical type questions, if you will, things that kind of pop up in the summer. So we'll get there. But first, we will talk with Alex Jones now because he's going to be covering day 2 of Shane Beamer football camp, and he's there, about to walk into the facility here in just a little bit. Good to see you, bud. I know I haven't had you with me in a while. I've been, lending you to JC and Phil, but we are always happy to have you back, man. How are you?
I'm doing good. It's good to be back with you. How you doing?
Yeah, we're good. Everything's good. Yesterday seemed like it was good for Carolina football. How many players were in camp? Do you know?
I'm not sure how many total. I'd guess somewhere in that 150 range, maybe somewhere in there. They normally try to keep it around that range just to be able to get a look at everybody they need to look at. But I would guess around that 150 range or so.
There are also 9 official visitors on deck this weekend for the Gamecocks. They are on commitment watch as well. But we'll start yesterday with what happened up there. I know that that there were some offers that were extended following day 1 of camp. Who was it?
Yeah, a handful of offers went out. I think the one that everybody kind of had their eye on going into the camp was Amiri Acker, the 2026 wide receiver out of Crescent High School in Ava, South Carolina. He, I think he was one where that, the offer was kind of coming. They just wanted to see him in camp and get a good look at him and thought he had a pretty good day overall. And, I think, South Carolina was in a good spot, before even the offer came, and I think they're in a good spot now. And, not sure when he'll official visit, but, I think South Carolina's putting themselves in a good spot. A guy that's 6'2", 186 pounds. He's got, a handful of offers already. Got Liberty and Kentucky. Those are official visits he's going on. But, overall, I thought he looked pretty good. You can see what they're looking for in him. And, another in-state offer that went out was the first one of the 2028 class was Jordan Gorham, a wide receiver out of Timberland High School. He was another one that, just kind of stood out from a size perspective. I'm not sure what he, measured in at, but we have him listed at 6'4", 181 pounds. And he's starting to see his recruitment start to, get going too. Got Maryland, Virginia Tech offers. And so overall, I thought South Carolina, we knew a few of these guys were going to be in, but, there are also a handful of guys, like you mentioned, the Brady Quinn offer, the quarterback, the 2027 quarterback. He's one that, when I watched him, watched him right towards the end. He was really spinning the ball. Like, they had a few quarterbacks, another one, Lonnie Andrews, that was in, but I thought Brady Quinn looked the best of the bunch yesterday, and you can see why they offered him as well. So overall, I thought South Carolina had a pretty good day just from an offer standpoint. There are a lot of prospects in, and just kind of looking around, looks like there's already going to be a ton of prospects in today. Got an Orangeburg County school bus ahead of me, a Lee County, North Carolina school bus ahead. So should be a pretty good day overall before they get ready for these OVs this weekend.
Yeah, for anybody wondering, Brady Quinn is not related to Brady Quinn. I did my homework on that. They're not kin. Real quick on that though, when's the last time an offer went out for a quarterback 3 years in advance of his enrollment date? Can you remember?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Like they've got a few 28s now that they're starting to get in on. I think they had a few in that spring evaluation period. Wonderful Mons was one that they went after, and Neiman Lawrence was another one. 2 guys from Florida that they went after, and so it seems like they're trying to get that 2028 board started a little bit earlier than usual. But yeah, like I mentioned, they got and like they saw those other guys, but I mean this guy yesterday, the Brady Quinn guy, they saw in person and liked from the jump, and he was pretty impressive.
Yeah, is that I'm interested in the strategy behind that, Alex. Can you maybe dig into that just a little bit and find out if this is a Mike Shula thing? Because I go back and think about all the OCs that have been here and the head coaches and et cetera, et cetera. I don't think there's a long history around here of recruiting quarterbacks 3 years out. At least not that I can remember.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember how often. I'm not sure if it's been this early so far, but quarterback recruiting is such a unique position just because that's such a most teams are only taking one per cycle, and I think they try to build those relationships early and start getting. With Quinn, they're already going to be in the door early. They're going to have that relationship already. So I think it's just with it being such a unique position and relationships being such a huge thing in recruiting, and especially in that quarterback spot, like you get early, you're going to already have a seat at the table. And you can go ahead and start watch his film in these next couple of years and build that relationship early on.
Quinn has he's got an extensive offer list already, which, and I was looking at that this morning. I think you had written about it yesterday. Was he already on South Carolina's were they prepared to offer him basically, but just wanted to see him in camp? Do you know anything about his history? Has he been to a bunch of other camps, or are these just offers like Kentucky and Louisville and all these other folks that have offered him? They just see his tape and offer him, and South Carolina waits, or do you have any background on that?
Yeah, I think they were aware of him before he got there. I'm not sure if they were, one of those where almost like with Amir Ecker, where they were just need to see the right things to get an offer. Like it may have been the same thing with Brady Quinn, but I think a lot of it's just what they saw yesterday. And I know Hale saw a little bit more of him from just kind of when they work him out kind of privately with some of the other receivers. But when I saw him doing some one-on-one stuff, like he was placing the ball, he had a few pretty good throws to Ecker, I think actually that were right on the money about 40-yard deep balls. And you look at his stats as a freshman, like he threw for I think it was 2,549 yards and 33 touchdowns as a freshman. So like he's with the way his offer list is starting to form, he's already on the radar for a lot of schools, and I imagine that he's going to be one of those top quarterbacks in that class. And I think he's been to I think he's either been to Kentucky or Louisville already, or he's going to Kentucky and Louisville, and he's already got those offers as well. So he's starting to emerge, and he's already on South Carolina's radar as well.
Okay, stop the truck. Did you say Wonderful Mons, the quarterback? That's his name is Wonderful?
Yeah, Wonderful Mons the fourth.
I'm not laughing at him. This is not it's not funny. It's what a name. Like Wonderful Mons the fourth. So you're telling me that there are 3 Wonderful Mons that came before Wonderful Mons the fourth?
That's what I'm telling you.
There's 4 of these guys. Oh man. They have got to sign this kid. Where's he from?
He's from Vero Beach, Florida.
Oh my! Actually, I just pulled up his picture. 2028. He looks more like 2018. There's no way that this kid is 15 years old.
And look at his offer list too. Like he's got all the offers already. Like he's going to be one of the top guys too.
Yeah, I think that this guy, he's Alex. Ask him for a birth certificate if you catch up with him. There is no he might be Wonderful Mons the third, but he ain't Wonderful Mons the fourth. Oh my, holy moly. That is just absolutely incredible. What a name. People get outside the box. It makes Riley and Hannah, my daughters, we shafted them, man. We should have named them like Fantastic and, super duper or something like that. That's just incredible. All right, what else stuck out yesterday? Anybody that you saw? Hey, I'm going to keep an eye on this kid. The staff, folks that this happens every year in camp. Guys that aren't on the radar get on the radar.
Yeah, and I think one was, there was a group yesterday, it's a PPI organization that kind of has a whole bunch of players from like Europe that come over and camp, and they've been to a lot of camps. And one guy that they had that I kind of found out a little bit beforehand a few days ago is, an edge that South kind of offered yesterday, Gustav Henriks Rons. He's from Sweden. And, just watching him, I'm pulling up his, I can't remember his, he's 6'4", 235 pounds. He was really good yesterday. And he, I think from a size and speeds perspective, that's something that stood out because early on in these camps, it's kind of like a combine. Pre-lunch, they do a lot of combine stuff where it's, running through bags, running through different drills and stuff. And, at his size, he's just somebody that catches your eye, and he was quick. And, Sterling Lucas was keeping a pretty close eye on him throughout the day, and Shane Beamer as well. And, and then in the one-on-ones, he had a pretty good day. And he and, a 4-star 2027 offensive lineman that was in town, Sean Tatum from Florida, those two went at it. And Tatum, had a few really good reps against them, but Henrik Rons, he was really good too, and he's going to be interesting to watch, how the recruitment kind of proceeds with him because he had a Texas A&M offer that was, I think, from just about a year ago at this time. He's also got a Maryland offer, but I think he's really starting to emerge and get on people's radars lately. I know they've been to Georgia camps, and I'm not sure what other camps they have on the schedule, but he's going to be interesting to watch his recruitment because South Carolina's in on it now, and that edge spot. Obviously, we know who else is on the board for them with Carter Meadows and Julian Walker, who was also in yesterday. He didn't camp, but he was also in before he has to Raleigh this weekend. So I was really impressed with him, and I mentioned Sean Tatum. He was another one that was really impressive. He's going to be one that I think is already on their radar pretty early, but he had an overall really solid day as well. And back to I forgot about with Hendricks. I was about to say his name wrong. Gustav Henriks Rons. When at the end of camp, they do the fastest man competition for the edge spot. He was the fastest man by far in that group. He can really move for his size and was really impressive overall yesterday.
All right. Well, that tees up day 2 here. My understanding is Trent Seaborn will be in today. Is he camping or is he just visiting unofficially?
I'm not 100% sure if he is going to be camping. I know for sure, as you mentioned, he is going to be in, but I wouldn't be surprised if he camps just because he's been on their radar early, and I think the more they see him throw, the more they like him. So I'm interested to see if he actually throws today.
More than 30 offers for Seaborn. He's out of Alabaster, Alabama. What's the status with the in-state schools and him over there?
Yeah, I think, they're one that to keep an eye on with the in-state schools. I think he's also going to Clemson as well, to keep an eye on Clemson as well. But, we talked about some of those 28 guys who are going to be some of the top quarterbacks. I know Trent Seaborn right now is a number 16 overall quarterback in the composite and 24/7 rankings, but he's another one that's really good out of Thompson, Alabama. Same school as Jared Smith, the edge that South Carolina pursued last year that went to Auburn. So, with those Alabama prospects, you always want to keep an eye on those in-state schools. And Alabama and Auburn have both offered, but he's kind of publicly talked about the relationship he's built with Mike Shula and the connection. He's visited South Carolina a ton. He was in the spring and then back in the summer as well. But he's coming back this weekend, and I think he's towards the top of South Carolina's board for that 27 class. And that board's starting to take shape a little bit, but I think that guy's towards Seaborn's towards the top, and really interested to see if he participates today. And just from an overall, if he throws, it'd be interesting to see. But I think just to have him back on campus again is another good sign for South Carolina.
Okay. You never know who's going to end up popping in as far as camp goes and things like that. But are there any, in particular, in-state guys or out of state, obviously, but just some cats that you'll be keeping an eye on today?
Yeah, one I'm interested to see is a 27 wide receiver out of Ridgeview, Darius Carter. He's 5'11", 150 pounds. And I imagine, I'm not sure how old that weight is. I imagine he's probably continuing to put on a little bit more. And he's got some early offers at Appalachian State, Charlotte, East Carolina. But, I think he kind of fits the profile of these guys who emerge during these camps. That's one of the great things about these camps is, we knew about the guys yesterday who were already coming in, the Sean Tatums, the Henrik Stavs, and those guys. But those guys like a Jordan Gorham yesterday, that was an in-state wide receiver that they knew about and we knew about, but you see those guys emerge and impress and land offers. And I'm not sure if Darius Carter is going to be that type of guy, but he kind of fits that mold as well. And, they've got a few other guys who are coming in as well. I think, Taj Watson out of Belton Honeypath, he could be another one to watch. A 5'10", 170-pound wide receiver. He's got App State, Coastal, Duke, East Carolina. All those schools are starting to offer. So, I think it's one of those where we know who a few guys are in, but it's going to be, pretty intriguing to see because it looks like it's always going to be another big group of, who these 2027 classes or maybe even the 2028 class can emerge and impress and land an offer today.
Do you have the list of official visitors in front of you, Alex?
I do. I pull it up real quick.
Sorry, man. Not to.
No, you're good. Yeah, I got it right here. Yeah.
Okay, 9, right? Is that it? 9.
Yep.
Okay.
9.
And obviously Landon Duckworth is kind of the headliner. A, because he's a quarterback. B, because he's a quarterback who was once committed, and C, because he's a quarterback who might recommit. Are we? I know that the crystal balls are out there, but are we like paying attention for the Batman welcome home signals and stuff like that this weekend for Landon Duckworth? What would you say on that?
Yeah, I'm going to be keeping an eye on it, but I think one, it could be that he wants to finish out those visits. Obviously, Ole Miss being one too. That's, I think, right now it's South Carolina, Ole Miss, and South Carolina has a lot of momentum, but I'm not sure if it's going to be one that it ends this weekend. And, it could be that they, push for that to happen just because, with it being that he still has the Ole Miss visit. But without a doubt, you can definitely say that South Carolina has the momentum in this one. And that's huge because he's a really good quarterback. He's got elite athleticism and he can throw the ball pretty well too. And so, if you're able to get that quarterback in the class, that really helps you kind of help build the rest of the board out with the wide receivers, running backs, and the rest of those guys as well.
Okay. Zion Giles is here this weekend. He's already committed to South Carolina. How about Noah Clark, Alex? He's a guy, I think my understanding, either you reported it or Hale reported it, that the Gamecocks were his first offer. Where do you think they stand with him going into this thing?
I'd have to imagine, I think right now they're at least top 2. Like, I think it could be a South Carolina or NC State battle for him. And, he's one that, this defensive line class has pretty potential. Because, not to jump ahead to Aiden and Andrew Harris, but just specifically with Aiden Harris, who's going to be in this weekend, like South Carolina's in a really good spot for him. And, South Carolina and Noah Clark, as you mentioned, South Carolina was his first offer. And he's one that I think has built a really strong connection with Travian Robertson. And it's going to be a big official visit weekend for him. And, I think he goes to NC State that last weekend. And he's got a decision date July 2nd. So he's already got a decision date locked down, and South Carolina's going to have their shot this weekend. But I'd have to imagine they're at least top 2 right now, and I think they've put themselves in a decent spot to make a move this weekend.
Carolina's also in a really good spot with the Harris twins, and they'll come in this weekend on their official visit as well. JC has some crystal balls out for the brothers. I checked the chat box just a moment ago or a little bit ago, and as Matt said, what's up with Aiden Harris, saying he hasn't decided yet. I would say that's I don't know that I would pay too close attention to that, right, Alex?
Yeah, South Carolina's in a good spot for both of those guys, and we'll see how the weekend goes for them. But with Andrew Harris, and he was the one that I think it was the one that tweeted that yesterday. He's being recruited as a linebacker to South Carolina, but Aiden Harris is a defensive lineman, and he's elite. Like, he's really good and a guy that can continue to rise the rankings. And he's one that kind of was a little bit under the radar for where South Carolina's interest was with him, but they've shot up his board and and it's been probably a few months now. They've been in a really good spot for both of those guys, and they'll be in this weekend.
Okay. Also this weekend, how about this is Joel Combe? Yep. Joel Combe, the safety out of Marietta, Georgia. Pretty interesting when it comes to officials. You don't see this all again. Marietta, Georgia. We're talking about Atlanta here. Athens is right around the corner. Georgia Tech is literally around the corner. And he's taking officials to Oklahoma State. He's taking officials to Missouri. He's got Wisconsin and Tennessee coming up, but he's taking one this weekend to South Carolina. What do you know about this kid? That's an all over the board type deal.
Yeah, I think you kind of look at his offer list and official visit list, and it looks better than, an 88 ranking or where he ranks in both the rankings. But he's a guy that's kind of emerged lately, like some of these guys South Carolina's in on. And when you look at his size, kind of that 6'1", 190 pounds, kind of fits what Torian Gray looks for, in that safety spot. And, he's one too that, we mentioned those official visits, but I keep an eye on Georgia as well, being that, Georgia does really well with really in-state kids, and especially in that Marietta kind of Atlanta area. And, I think Georgia could get in the fold, and if they get an official visit, it could end up being tough. But, South Carolina's done pretty good to get them in. And, same kind of thing with Coach Barnes as well. Not, again, I'm jumping ahead, but he's one that, again, fits what Torian Gray looks for, that cornerback spot. And I think, they've put themselves in a pretty good spot for Coach Barnes, and he continues to blow up as well. Like, he's got offers from Miami and North Carolina. But, back to Combe, like, he's one that, keep an eye on just this weekend, just see how things go. So I think South Carolina's done a pretty good job there, but one school that I will be keeping an eye on will be Georgia for him.
Okay, yeah, the Barnes kid, and you hit the nail on the head there. He's 6'3", 190. I mean, that's got Torian Gray written all over it.
Yeah. Yeah, he's one that's kind of emerged lately too. And, I mentioned those offers are starting to come in for him in Miami and North Carolina, but I think he got a few more early in this weekend too. And he was at Rutgers last weekend. He's got a few more official visits scheduled, but, we've kind of seen in these past few cycles when Torian Gray kind of keys in on these cornerbacks or these defensive backs, like he's got a pretty high hit rate. I mean, you think back to last year, a guy that kind of fits the same molds that Chris Hatfield from last year, a guy that was really under the radar, and you saw South kind of get in early and really, get that recruitment shut down pretty quickly. And not sure if it's going to be the same thing for Coach Barnes as far as how quickly things playing out, but South Carolina's worked themselves and built this relationships in a pretty good spot with Torian Gray and the rest of the coaching staff.
All right, buddy. Before we get you out of here, anything else? Any guys that maybe have floated underneath our radar heading into day 2 of Shane Beamer football camp, and any other noteworthy, anything noteworthy you want to pass along for official visit weekend?
Yeah, I think, it's going to be interesting to see what some of these in-state guys. Another one I forgot to mention that's going to be in today's Caleb Simpkins. He's a 2026, guy that's at Strom Thurmond, and, not sure, what the deal is with, if South Carolina's going to get too much involved, but he's a pretty good player and 6'1", 175. So another in-state guy that I'm interested to watch. But overall, just kind of the fun things about these camps is seeing, guys who we maybe not knew about before come in and land an offer from South Carolina, and then we look down the road and they're either scheduling, if they're a 26 guy, they're scheduling official visits, or if they're 27, they're scheduling visits for the future. So really interested to see who kind of pops on the radar today, and should be a pretty fun, loaded day overall.
Okay. All right. I can't let you go, though, without just getting a comment from you on the Isaac Ellis situation. Gamecocks pick up a commitment in hoops yesterday from the brother of Eli Ellis. So while there certainly are some people in this or around this program from a fan standpoint that have no belief in Lamont Paris, it's not the Ellis family. They believe in him so much that they're going to send every kid they've got to Columbia, South Carolina to play for Lamont and Carey and that entire staff.
Yeah, another way. I mean, he's a really good player, and obviously, as you mentioned, the brother of Eli Ellis. But South Carolina's been in a really good spot for him for a while, just because of the family connection, not only with Eli, but the rest of his program as well in the OTE league. Like, there's a lot of guys that they're bringing along in that class. Hayden Simeon, Abu Yarma, like. There's a lot of guys that South Carolina did a pretty good job there and brought in for that program, and he's a really good player. I think I'm not sure what his exact numbers were from this past year, but he and Eli were really good in that league this year, and so it's a pretty big pickup for South Carolina. He's already got official offers from Oklahoma State and Radford and a few others, but going to be interesting to see how that one continues to fold, because South Carolina has really done a good job in that league, and that's a pretty overall that league is really good. Like, they got a lot of really good players that come through that league, and South Carolina's kind of made some inroads there.
Well, Alex, thank you very much, man. I know you got to walk into the facility there, the Jerry and Steve Spurrier Indoor Facility, and go see some football. But thanks for your time. You do an excellent, wonderful job. And we're the pride of Hampton County, here. Hopefully you get a chance to maybe relax a little bit this weekend, but we know you'll be all over the recruiting stuff as well. And when the welcome homes come out, we'll be calling.
Appreciate it. Good being back with you. See you next time.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you. Alex Jones with the BigSpur.com. We do have Raphael Esparza coming up here in just a little bit. I did get a text a little bit ago that it is now official. Shortstop Henry Kazmar has entered the transfer portal. You probably remember me yesterday saying I was waiting on one more. That's it. That was it. That was the guy. I think they'll probably be done, but you never know. But Henry Kazmar will depart the South Carolina baseball program. And as far as who replaces him, they've got incoming guys. We'll try to get to that maybe coming up in hour number 2. But one of the Gamecocks' best hitters this past season is no longer a Gamecock. He is entering the NCAA baseball transfer portal. When we return, Raphael Esparza will be here. Speaking of baseball, the Supers play today. Game 3, the final tonight between Texas and Texas Tech. In softball, and the Belmont runs this weekend. We'll get our betting odds and more. Hang tight. Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show, brought to you by our good friends at Palm Casual Outdoor Patio Furniture. We'll be right back.
The season rolls on at Love Chevrolet, where the inventory is overflowing and the deals are in full bloom. Rev up your spring with Love's exclusive specials on Suburbans, Tahoes, Silverados, the entire lineup of award-winning Chevys on the lot now and ready to go. Spring-tacular savings at Love Chevrolet. We're talking the best selection of new Chevys, the lowest price, guaranteed. In fact, they'll beat any competitor's price or give you $1,000. The other dealers upsell, overcharge, and will say most anything to get the sale. At Love Chevrolet, satisfied customers do all the talking, and they say things like helpful, honest, and fun. Your trusted hometown Chevy dealer since 1961, Love Chevrolet. I-26 at Harbison and at lovechevy.com. Together, let's drive.
That's the power of love. Love Chevy.
Hey Gamecock Nation, my name is Kyle, longtime listener of the show and avid golfer. I wanted to take my game to the next level, but let's face it, golf is a hard game to learn on your own. I heard the ad from McKellar Enterprises and reached out to the owner and former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. In just 2 months of working with Meredith, I shot my lowest round ever, and I've never felt more confident in my golf game. So if you're looking to take your game to the next level, go to McKellarEnterprises.org and book your lessons today with former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. Go Gamecocks!
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more.
You're tuned into Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by Palm Casual Outdoor Patio Furniture. Go Gamecocks!
We say our prayers, sing them to the sky. Bust our bags, barely getting by. Carolina to California, up to Illinois. Yeah, there's guys like us. Yeah, there's guys like us. Blue collar boys. It's another South Carolina defensive score. Blue collar boys.
Reed's in the pocket, and so is Carolina.
Here goes Alloway. Inside the 10. A huge play for the Gamecocks. Oh, yeah. Use the left hand stick.
Oh, hurt me. Boom. This place has gone nuts. Lenore Sellers going left side. Touchdown.
Man, college football odds will be up in the next 80 days. They're already up, actually, as a matter of fact. But it is also still college baseball season, and it's horse season. And Fridays are Raphael season here on the morning show. Welcome back, JB. Raphael Esparza on Twitter at VSI.Sports, DocSports.com. We've missed you, my man. We haven't had you for a week or two.
I know, a little bit weird, but hey, we're here today. College football numbers are up. I mean, DraftKings has them up, BetMGM has them up, but I guess you guys want to talk college baseball. I'm sure SEC stuff. I mean, of course you want to talk all that. Even though SEC could have had a really, really bad college baseball if Arkansas Little Rock would have pulled the rug over LSU, which I'm not going to lie, I was pulling for the little guys of Arkansas Little Rock.
Dude, look, there's no other way to slice it. It was bad. That was a bad weekend for the SEC. It was embarrassing, to be honest with you. I mentioned this yesterday. There's no doubt it's the most talented league in the country. It's phenomenal. I mean, I've seen it all. And these guys, outside of Missouri and South Carolina was better than the record. We're not going back down that road. It is outstanding baseball, but all the transfers and all the money and all the hoopla, I just can't help but wonder sometimes how much that name on the front means to some of these kids. I'm not saying that it doesn't, but you got a hard time convincing me that, the constant turnover every year with the transfer portal, especially at this level when they're throwing dollars around, Raphael, and we see them, we watch them all year long. We know how good they are. Yeah, it's hard to convince me that this time of year it just means a little bit less to some of these guys instead of it just means a little more.
It's funny how you said that because I talked to a lot of people in that conference, and I'm pretty good friends, text messaging and stuff from someone from the SEC network. I always tell him or her that I would never mention him or her's name, the stuff that they tell me behind closed doors. And she told me that if SEC baseball does not win the ship, it should be an embarrassment. Because he sent me a list of how much money of transfer portals and NIL each of the top 6 teams spent this year on their baseball team. So if they don't win it, we just had a bad season. No, it should be an embarrassment to what these schools do. They grab, I'm sure these kids from Coastal Carolina, they're probably there's 3 kids there. I heard it already looking to go to an SEC schools. Murray State are probably their top 2 people are probably not going to be there next year because they're probably going to go somewhere else. So I kind of agree with what you just said. I mean, yeah, SEC, it means more, but again, it should just be SEC, we pay more.
Yeah. And I look, you think it doesn't pay me to say that? I'm an SEC guy. I'm not going to sit here and slam this league, but I watch the Coastal's a great example, and I certainly know, a handful of folks involved in that program up there. And, it's not like they're immune from taking transfers. Nobody is. You have to take them in today's world. Like you don't have any choice, but Coastal has continued to do the things that you need to do to build a true college baseball program. They go to the high schools, they recruit the high schools, they build it from the ground up with their own kids, and then they plug the holes and plug the gaps. They don't just flip the roster every year with transfer guys and pay them a ton of money. Kevin Schnall has been great about that. They added Matt Williams, who's an excellent pitching coach who grew up in this state and he understands it.
I'm shocked that he doesn't have a head coaching job. Coastal Carolina's pitching coach.
Yeah, maybe one day. I don't know, man. I mean, he's, Matt's he was in Columbia last year, and Coach Maneri didn't retain him, which is
another story.
But prior to that, I mean, he was at Liberty and he didn't really want to leave there. I mean, Matt gets very invested in what he's doing. And, he kind of creates a structure and he wants to see that structure through and watch it succeed. I know he's gotten calls. I know that. And, we'll find out. But, the other thing too, Raphael, like with baseball, it's very similar to college basketball this time of year where, so you see Murray State, you see the Roadrunners of UTSA, as you mentioned. Those guys, go look at their roster and what sticks out. They're all older. These are all guys that played in the program and they're still there. Why do the college basketball teams, why do those mid-majors, they shock people this time, in March, they win a game or 2 or whatever it is. Some of them make runs in the tournament. And then you go look at the roster and go, well, they're all seniors and they've all been here for 4 years. No wonder they upset Arkansas or whoever it was. And you get a lot of that right now in college baseball too. I think that's still the best part of college sports is seeing these teams this time of year have a chance to do something that they'll never be able to do again.
I agree. And there's some interesting matchups like Arkansas, Tennessee this weekend. I mean, Arkansas is the favorite at minus what? I think they opened up at minus 145. Got bet all the way up to minus 175. I did an interview yesterday. Before the season started, if this 2 teams played, who would be the favorite? Tennessee would be probably a $2 favorite because they came in really high-touted. Pitching was coming back. They were able to hit. I thought they had speed all over the place. And now you're telling me that they're a huge dog today? So it's funny how the script flips. I already mentioned LSU. If they can't hit, like there's times where they just can't hit the ball. They look like the Cleveland Guardians. They have a great team, but some days they just go ice cold on the bats. They can lose to West Virginia.
Is there a party that you'd rather be at this weekend than LSU and West Virginia fans culminating in Alex Box Stadium? You talk about dialect, two totally different ends of the spectrum there.
Feel bad for the concession stand people trying to like, what'd you say?
That's funny. That's pretty funny. Arkansas and Tennessee. I since we saw Arkansas earlier this year when they played South Carolina, when we cut the mics on that Monday, I said that's the best team in college baseball. I've believed that since they ran up against them. I love that team. I love Dave Van Horn. I think he's one of the best coaches in the history of the sport. And this is the series, if you ask me, this weekend.
Yeah,
like
I agree.
when you look around the country, you see this 14-3 matchup of these two. Because the thing about Tennessee, you mentioned the defending national champions, they've got all the tools. And at times this year, it kind of felt like they were sleepwalking through the season just to get back here, and then they'll turn it on a little bit. But it was brought up to me the other day. Have you ever been to Fayetteville? Have you ever seen Baum Stadium up close and personal?
No, I've not.
Yeah, so it is awesome. It's one of the great ballparks in college. Matter of fact, it's one of the great ballparks in baseball. Like if you played minor league baseball, you would want to play here as much as any minor league park out there. But the fans are really on top of you, and we all know how much Arkansas loves their baseball. And you're going to be, 14,000 of them in there. Tennessee plays with a chip. And last weekend we saw a bunch of nonsense, if you ask me, in college baseball throughout the country. Keep an eye on that this weekend.
Even by head coaches and pitching coaches, not just the kids. It was just complete. Yeah, I thought the college baseball lost its cool last weekend. And I'm not just pinpointing on some of the players. I thought some of the antics, some of the complaining, you could tell a lot of pitchers and players were being heated because they know they needed to perform, and maybe some of them were not performing, underperformance. But yeah, it was a really weird week last week in college baseball.
You're a good one to ask this about because it does relate to the betting world. Look, I'm a college baseball purist, so I hate all of it. I don't mind the fire. I miss the days where coaches ran out of the dugout and argued with umpires, but now because of replay, you don't really see that as much anymore. But all of the jawing back and forth, we saw the West Virginia pitcher jawing at Cam Canarella in the Clemson dugout, and then he couldn't even finish the game. We've seen all these coaches and they're cussing in their press conference. The Kevin O'Sullivan thing was brutal. But in saying all of that, I'm not saying I like what I'm about to ask you. I'm just asking from your 10,000-foot view. Does that help college baseball? Like, does it draw attention to the sport? Does it move?
I think it does. I think it does, and not on a betting point of view. Right now, we live in an era, it's all about clicks and likes. So if you throw something on it and you can put that on social media, what are you going to get? Clicks and likes, clicks and likes. So negative press sometimes is good press. I mean, some of the stuff that I'm putting odds out is kind of negative, but they want it. I'll give you an example. Tomorrow, Angel Reese is playing Indiana Fever. I'm putting, I'm sure you know the phrase, I'm putting how many me bounds will she have? Google me bounds. It's shots that she misses and grabs her own rebound and puts up. So I'm actually putting odds on me bounds. They don't even track that. I have to watch the game myself and track it because people are looking at what's trending on social media. Clicks and likes. I think that's what ruined college sports, period, and pretty much a lifestyle.
Interesting. I didn't even realize that Angel Reese was going against the Fever tomorrow. How many people do you think will be watching that game?
CFL started yesterday too, week 1. You know that?
I'm in the mountains, Raphael. I try to know as little as I can possibly know up here.
Belmont Stakes is running tomorrow.
Well, I do know that.
UFC 316 is tomorrow. You know that? The Pacers won last night?
We'll be watching the Belmont. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, I did know that the Pacers won last night.
I'm just, hey, you're in mountains. I'm just trying to enlighten you. I don't know what time you got up or what time you went to bed or how much you've been drinking last night. I mean, I'm just trying to enlighten you.
I don't sleep much, man. I'm always awake. All right, let's get some quick odds in on baseball, and then I do want to get to the Belmont with you, though, here in just a second. Arizona, North Carolina is the first super regional that'll be played today in Chapel Hill. What are the odds on that? I do like the Tar Heels in this series here, but what are the odds on it?
They're minus 320 just to win tomorrow's game. So they're like almost 4-1 or minus $4 just for to win the series. So, I mean, there's no value in Arizona unless for some odd reason they get their best pitching all season. They get it this weekend. So it should be an easy North Carolina W.
all ACC matchup here, Louisville and Miami. I thought that Louisville had a great chance to go into Nashville last weekend and upend Vanderbilt, and they did. They were able to do it. Vandy, much like Texas, the top 2 seeds in the tournament, they bow their heads and they step aside for the rest of the postseason. Miami is a team that every year I can make an argument they should not be in the tournament. This year, though, they've made their own argument that they probably should be because they are in a super regional against Dan McDonnell and the Cardinals, and they're playing up there at Louisville. What do you think about this?
I like Miami game 1. You can get them at plus 155 because everyone's talking about Louisville. I mean, look what they did last week. But that was last week. If you're still talking about last week, that means you're not focusing on this week and what's in front of you. So I like Miami game 1. I think Louisville breaks out and wins this series, but I'm giving it plus money on the U.
I hope they do. Go Dan McDonnell in Louisville. All these games today, for what it's worth, are on ESPN2. Florida State had to go about as far as you have to go if you're going to play in a super regional, from Tallahassee, Florida to Corvallis, Oregon. They've got the 8th seeded Oregon State Beavers in an 8-9 matchup. What are the odds there? What do you think?
I got to cheer for Oregon State because Oregon is on my couch watching these games because they bowed out early, like Vanderbilt, like Florida, like all these other schools. So they're in my living room watching the games with me. So they're going to be rooting against them. But I just think Oregon State does not have the depth. So I don't like them at all in this series.
Okay. I love this series here, and it's not because this team is from the state of South Carolina. It's because of how they play. It's Auburn and it's Coastal. But I will echo my buddy Derek Scott, the voice of Carolina baseball and basketball, in his comments. And he said when South Carolina traveled there, he said, I was watching Auburn, I was watching them pregame, and then, of course, we played them for 3 straight games. They built that team for that ballpark. They've got their own green monster and everything, and left field. They know how to play it all. It's a comfortable, and now it's a very large and loud environment there on the Plains. But Coastal, they got balls of steel, man. I've got a chance this is going to be a 3-game series here, Raphael. What do you think?
I agree, and the numbers are moving right now as we speak. So I was trying to figure out how much money has come in. Coastal Carolina in game 1 opened up as a plus 145 dog. They're now plus 120 dog. So a lot of money coming in on Coastal Carolina. I'm rooting for Coastal Carolina with you on this one. I just like the program. I like the story, and I love the hat. So I mean, that's 3 for 3 for me. So I think Coastal Carolina. I think they win game 3.
The Chanticleers. Okay. And then we've already talked about Tennessee, and we've already talked about Arkansas, and we talked about West Virginia and LSU down on the Bayou. Look, West Virginia's story is awesome. They, again, building their program the right way up there. Randy Mazey turned it over, and here they are. They're in a super regional, but they got to go. They got to go to LSU. As daunting as it is to play in Alex Box, or at least is hostile of an environment as it can be, and it would be the most hostile environment in college baseball, if you ask me. LSU sometimes just kind of shows up and goes through the motions, Raphael. I mean, I talked to Paul Maneri before the season specifically about the time that Stony Brook went in there and beat them and went on to Omaha. And he said he told his team afterwards, I thought coming in we were elite. We're not. That team's better than us. They beat us, and we're going home. So we've seen some funky stuff happen over the years down there. I guess teams just get hyped up to play in it. And I got a feeling this weekend is going to be pretty electric too.
It's funny how you said that because I talked to a lot of people over at Baton Rouge, and they tell me the same thing. Sometimes these kids put their football jerseys on and their baseball jerseys. Like, let's face it, men's sports is college football and then college baseball when it comes to LSU sports. And they think they put their jersey on and they're going to win no matter what. And sometimes their play shows it. Give me the 3-1 dog for West Virginia to win this series. I already mentioned their bats have been silent. And if West Virginia gets any type of really good pitching and gets some maybe LSU's bullpen, I would not be shocked. And I'm only saying this because if I can get, I'll take the 3-1. And if it goes to game 3, then I can hedge my ticket and win no matter what, because I can probably get better money on a game 3 with my ticket at 3-1 of West Virginia. But it would not shock me if the Mountaineers win this series.
Wow. Boy, well, it would shock a lot of people down there, and they'd be pissed off too. Speaking of pissed off, well, we'll get to that here in just a minute. The final two, nobody saw these coming. Murray State is at Duke this weekend in Durham, and yet UTSA, who already went to Austin and won, and now they have to go to the most boring atmosphere in major college baseball, UCLA, and with a chance on the line to go to Omaha. Quick thoughts on those two series.
Yeah, I think UCLA would be just too much for the Roadrunners, and I think Murray State's slipper comes off. I like Duke's. Their left-handed pitching is really, really good.
It is. Yeah, you're right about that. Okay, I mentioned pissed off, but it's better to be pissed off than pissed on. Did you hear what happened in high school baseball in New Mexico?
No, I did not. It's funny because I was supposed to do ESPN Albuquerque yesterday, and I had canceled because some guys on Twitter can't play nice, Trump and Elon, because you know what I'm doing all day today are prop bets for that. But no, I did not know what happened on that.
Okay, I'll ask you about that here in just a second. So there's a Rio Rancho High School. They were playing a junior varsity baseball game against La Cueva High School, and a 16-year-old kid during the game peed in the water cooler of La Cueva High School.
Nice. He's probably not the first. He's probably not the first that's ever done that. Let's face it.
All 15 players drank out of the water cooler during the ball game. When it was discovered that there was urine in there, and they figured out that this kid had gone and peed in the Gatorade jug that housed the water, he was charged 15 times with battery for every player that took a sip of water out of this water cooler. The charges, though, have been dropped. Basically, he was, kind of, told don't do it again, and this doesn't amount to a crime, et cetera, et cetera. But there are other attorneys down there saying, yeah, not really. He could have been charged with public nuisance or disorderly conduct.
I'm sure other lawyers are just mouths are watering right now. No pun intended.
They asked him, well, why'd you do it? He said, I don't know. I thought it was funny.
Clicks and likes right there. That story on social media is clicks and likes.
Yeah, I thought you weren't mad at him. No. Have y'all played each other? No. They didn't do anything to upset you. Mm-mm. You just didn't. You just thought it'd be funny. I did. Okay. So that old saying of who peed in your cornflakes. Well, you've got one now. Who peed in your water cooler?
What if it was yellow Gatorade? It's like so it was able to hide it.
Oh man, I don't know. It's interesting. That's for sure. All right, Raphael, let's get to the Belmont this weekend. How many horses are in the race? Is it still 8?
It's gonna be very interesting because it's raining right now in Saratoga. Thunderstorms this afternoon, and it's supposed to be rainy all day tomorrow. So right now we still have 8 horses, but I'm hearing the 8-horse Heart of Honor, who's 30-1, that has no shot of winning, might be scratched if the track is really, really bad. So they'll put it down to 7. And let's face it, we only want to see 2 horses run this race. We want to see the Kentucky Derby winner versus the Preakness winner. And I'm a little bit shocked. I thought Journalism, who is the favorite, opened up at 8-5, is still the favorite. I didn't think they were going to make Sovereignty at 2-1. I thought it was going to be really close to, a pick 'em. Both of them have maybe the same kind of odds, but I like Journalism. He's already run in the mud before. Both of them already has, so it's nothing new to them. But I think he gets his revenge over Sovereignty. So I'm taking Journalism.
But you do think that those will be 1 and 2? You think that they'll finish 1 and 2 in this thing?
Maybe by Baiza that also ran in the Derby. He's 4-1. I mean, some late speed, but again, how bad is the track going to be is probably going to be the big difference. But that's why I don't think a lot of people will really care if there's scratches in this race, because everyone knows it's a head-to-head matchup between Derby winner and Preakness winner, and we that's what I want to see on Belmont Stakes Day at Saratoga.
Yeah, I was, when I was looking at the odds this morning, anytime you see the names Bob Baffert and Mike Smith, you immediately, it catches your attention. And Mike is riding Rodriguez, and Bob trained him. And Rodriguez is at 6-1 odds. Is there a play there?
I would put him in exactas and tries, and if you want to maybe add a superfecta and all that, I would definitely add him in there. He's probably going to be in my tries on that one, but is he better than journalism and sovereignty. I think journalism is still the best horse right now. So that's why I kind of like, even though you're not going to make no money with him, but
Yeah,
I was
but
impressed with him at Preakness.
But if he does win, you can make your money with second and third, right? With place.
Yeah, you
place and
can, but
show.
he's the favorite. I mean, if you win, that means you want some bombs to come in second and
Get-
third to pay
yeah.
to pay a little bit better.
Right. So you'd have to look. No, you mentioned did you say Crudo?
No,
John
but
John Velasquez is riding him.
With Top Pletcher. I mean, you said that one. Anytime I see a Top Pletcher horse, then I really dissect it. But I just don't think this horse has enough gas in the tank for these two horses.
Todd's got two because Luis Saez is riding uncaged as well, right?
Yeah, and I just think they're in there for maybe the show money that they can maybe get. I think a lot of these horses and trainers put their horses in there knowing that, okay, let's set this up for a crowd favorite of letting the two favorites run wild on this. So it wouldn't shock me if that's why those horses are in there.
All right. We need to we need to stretch the Triple Crown out, as you pointed out.
Yeah.
So we can, I mean, obviously you can't win a Triple Crown without winning the first one and then the second one. But for those, because we're seeing this a lot now. If you win the Derby, a horse isn't running in the Preakness and then running the Belmont.
I don't blame the trainers to protecting their horses. I don't blame them at all. Just add another week. I mean, it's a brutal running the Derby is brutal. I mean, running the Preakness is a piece of cake. But if you have to run the Derby, which is brutal, have a cakewalk in a Preakness, and then have a monster of a Belmont Stakes, that's a lot for the horses. So I don't blame the trainers who want, okay, if I won a Derby, I'm going to take the Preakness off and focus my horse on the Belmont Stakes. I don't blame them at all, but fix it so we don't have to have that.
Agreed. 100% agree. All right. Who wins tonight? Texas Tech and Texas.
I like the Red Raiders.
I do too.
They got the monkey off their back yesterday with the big win. Even though I don't think Texas is an SEC team, but I would love to say a Big 12 beat an SEC team and college softball as well. So you know me.
Well, this would be like one of the. I mean, it's college softball, so it's not going to get the headlines of football or basketball. But $1,050,000 for this girl to come in, and she ends up winning them like 35 games, and they win a national championship. That's a story.
You need to talk about the bigger story this weekend. We have the baseball World Series preview. The Detroit Tigers play my Cubs today. Weekend series today. World Series preview. The Detroit Tigers and the Chicago Cubs this weekend. Big series.
Okay. Tigers are leading the Central by 6, and the Cubs are leading the Cardinals by 5 in the Central. Are those, in your opinion, the two best teams in baseball?
No, I wish I could say yes, but okay. Wait, let me take it up. Maybe the Tigers. I really like their pitching, and I can guarantee you they're going to get another arm and another bat during the trade deadline. So I can guarantee you that. But I mean, it's going to be the Dodgers probably. I'm not sold on the Yankees. I'm just not sold on their pitching. They have one good pitcher, Max Deep Fried. That's about it. And then if you can get to their bullpen, which they can't get saves. And I don't think the Yankees are in. And that division, boy, Baltimore stinks. Boston stinks. Toronto's mediocre. I mean, the Yankees don't win it. They should win it.
Mm-hmm. Well, and in the National League, too, the Rockies have won 3 in a row. So keep an eye on the Rockies. They can make a run at this thing, okay? Just
3 in a row, baby.
Just out of an FYI. All right, UFC, what's on the card this weekend?
Well, I'm hoping it's better than last weekend because last weekend we had 7 people who missed weight. The main event didn't happen because a girl had a seizure, which rumors came before they said she had a seizure that she had a breast implant explode, which I can't believe that went wild around the arena. But we have Sugar Shane O'Malley fighting this weekend, who if he wins and gets his redemption, he could be the face of UFC for a while because John Jones is no longer the face. He's no longer in the UFC. He just says doesn't want to fight. So now the UFC and TKO, I'm going to put them underneath them. TKO, WWE, and UFC are really in bad negative press right now. So if you're UFC, you need something positive. You need a Sugar Shane O'Malley to dominate on Saturday to start moving up. Because right now, the whole company of TKO, UFC, and WWE are probably in a downfall.
Drama builds going into the weekend in UFC. There's always drama in the NBA. I love the NBA. Let me tell you how much I love the NBA. You play game 1 on Thursday. You play game 2 on Sunday.
I'm glad they play on Sunday, though.
I mean,
I'm happy.
In Major League Baseball, you could play a 7-game series in 9 days. 10 days. Actually, it'd be 10 days. You play like 3 games maybe in 10 days in the NBA. They're so soft.
They are, but this year I'm going to give them a little bit of credit for doing that. Because you know what Saturdays? We already talked about the Belmont Stakes. We already talked about UFC 318. We have wrestling. We have WWE Money in the Bank. So I would have moved it to Sunday anyways if I was the NBA, because you have nothing going on Sunday besides Sunday night baseball. So I think this year, I'm speaking hats off to them for having this one, because there's a lot of stuff on TV. Their ratings probably wouldn't be, their ratings are not good now because of 2 bad markets, but hats off for them for having this game on Sunday, because that's a lot of competition you have to be going against on Saturday.
Yeah, the NBA is going to rig this thing moving forward. They don't ever want to see the Pacers and the Thunder in the NBA Finals again. The ratings for the NBA are already down. They don't need to be even more down for the finals. All right, who wins the series, though? Who's the...
I still think OKC. It was just bad coaching yesterday. OKC went small, which was horrible. And then after they went small, I think that's how the Pacers got their momentum. And they shot 46% from three-point land. that's not going to happen again. I think that's why they won. But Clinton in the chat, yes, I do have Tesla odds for the over-under for how bad it's going to tank.
Where are those?
July 4th. I don't remember. I've been working so much on. I have odds on who really gave Elon Musk a black eye. Trump's minus 2,000.
Oh God. Well, that would be assault. I don't know.
you know the stuff that I have to please. The clicks and likes, as I always say, when the clicks and likes want something, I usually say okay.
Maybe it was Melania. Who knows?
That could be very interesting.
All right, buddy. We'll let you run on that note, man. Good stuff. we ran the gamut. Where can they find the Musk Trump odds? You got them up on Doc Sports?
I did see 3 people post them up. I know a couple. Bet US has them up. I think some other books, but I'll be trying to put them up on my social media throughout the day.
Okay. Thanks, buddy. Next week we can preview the World Series at least.
I didn't even talk about my OnlyFans odds that I had to do yesterday. I didn't even mention that.
For what?
That's a long story. That's another segment.
Put that on the front burner. That'll be the first thing we get to next. OnlyFans. There's people typing at their computers right now. We're on in the background, and they're going, "Huh? Who? Where?"
Again, clicks and likes. That's my it's my profession. I used to be a global odds maker, and I'm just clicks and likes odds maker. That's pretty much.
It's funny. Have a great weekend, buddy. Thank you.
Take it easy.
See ya. Oh man, Raphael. Mad Dog Mullinax's OnlyFans odds. How about that? Hour 2 next.
Remarkable, 5-star, sensational. These are just some of the terms used to describe nationally renowned chef William Turner out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Originally from Georgetown, South Carolina, and a diehard Gamecocks fan, Chef Will made his way out west and has served parties from every state and many countries from across the globe. If you're in Arizona or have plans elsewhere, visit chefwilliamturner.com to inquire about private events and more. From MLB to NFL, the chef has served everyone. He's won all the awards, done all the press. There's a reason for that. Food from every culture, all of it first class. chefwilliamturner.com and Chef Will Turner on socials. You won't believe what you see. You really won't believe how it tastes.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
We got started in 1979. Because we're a manufacturer, we're able to control our costs. That's why we like to manufacture as much of the product as we can, because in our factory stores we can offer a competitive edge over other people around the country. When people come into one of our Palm Casuals, it's like they're buying their car at Detroit. They're going right to the factory and buying their car.
30-day money-back guarantee. That's a big deal with us. I mean, we give 30 days to do anything. I mean, return it, change it, get a different color, get your money back.
When you pull into a store and it says Palm Casual, you know you're at a factory store.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com, man, that's good.
Fans, Club Chief has arrived. Become a Big Chief Club member or a Big Chief Club Golden Gear member for exclusive access to our Nana's Porch chat box on Inside the Gamecocks The Show. Plus, you'll get access to our VIP tailgates, prize drawings, merch, and much more. A portion of your monthly membership goes to the Garnet Trust, supporting NIL at the University of South Carolina. Pull up your Chief Sports app and join on the home page. Thank you so much for being a member of Club Chief, and we look forward to meeting many of you very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, here it is. This is my dirt.
Welcome back to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barndominium Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Hour 2 starts now.
Yeah, I'd hate to be the first to sell. This is my dirt, these are my fields, where I harvest what I plant. That little pond, I catch bluegill. I built that barn with my 2 hands, where I raise my babies, a piece of me. Now this ain't just a piece of land. The money be great, but I can't part ways with a life that works. You can't put a greenback dollar on what it's worth. This is my...
All right, it's the final hour inside the Gamecocks, the morning show, built by the Barndo Co., powered by Electric Bikes of Charleston. ElectricBikesCharleston.com. They are amazingly owned by some incredible Gamecocks. The Wilkins family. Go to electricbikescharleston.com. I promise you, if you're like in the market for that type of thing, or you need fitness equipment, charlestonfitnessequipment.com. They're under the same roof. That's who you please buy it from them. Please buy it from them and tell your friends as well. They are our dear friends and great partners of our programming here on ITG. There's Mad Dog. Thanks to Alex and Raphael for joining us in hour number 1. Hello, Phil.
Hello. I'm sitting here contemplating, how to tap into this OnlyFans betting money here. I can't just leave with that. I mean, what in the world?
I know. I was like, dude, wait a second. What's going on here? What are we all missing?
I don't know. I don't know.
That
Well,
was,
what we're missing is probably not much.
No. It's like, did you hear the story about the kid who peed in the water cooler?
Oh, yes, yes.
I mean, dude, come on. That's brilliant. It's brilliant.
That goes a little beyond prank, right? I mean, that's
I kind of like it, to be honest with you.
I mean, I respect the game, but
I think it's pretty funny. I don't know. But he's got to, you got to come up. Actually, respect for telling the truth too. Did they, did they throw at you or something? No. Did they hook up with your girlfriend? Or, have y'all been in a fight before? Like, do you have bad blood? No.
No.
Why'd you do it? I don't know. I thought it was funny. Oh,
it's funny, right?
I
mean, it pales in comparison to like the Greg Maddox stuff. So, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, fair enough. I don't know. Anyways, continue to check on the Big Spur today for news from camp. Obviously, JC will be up in a little bit and probably won't have a ton of updates to pass on during the show, but there'll at least be some insight on what's going on there. The news is expected, or was, I would say, certainly expected on my end, that Henry Kazmar is departing the South Carolina program, and we'll see who they're going to fill that spot with. I think that
well, that leaves no middle infield right now, right? I mean, not that that's a huge concern at this point. Obviously, the portal's open and you can get players, and there, I would imagine there's still some targets out there that are currently playing. I would hope. I don't know anything, so don't quote me on that. But
yeah, well, and I don't even know if I have all my. Do I have my notes with me?
But that makes 15. That hits the 15, right?
Yeah, and that's what I thought it would be. Jack Reynolds, the kid coming in from Gulf Coast State College. So his story is interesting. He actually originally was going to come to South Carolina, and then he ended up going to Clemson. He committed to play for Monty Lee at Clemson when Monty was that his final year is when he committed, and then he did not play in 2023. He redshirted Eric Bakic's first year, and then he transferred to Florida and played at Gulf Coast State College. I had kind of checked on this a little bit. I do know a guy who coaches against him or has coached against him, and he thinks he's a second baseman at this level. And he even said he thought that South Carolina was recruiting him more as a second baseman at this level because he's been playing short. But he hit 369 last year, his freshman year. This year, he got hurt 17 games into the season, hurt his thumb, so he didn't get to play a bunch. But he was hitting 283 with 4 home runs and 15 RBI. So that's there's a chance there. As far as shortstops go, I mean, they do have some young kids coming in, freshmen. I mean, could you see a freshman there? I guess. I think that they'll probably try
the
to
corners
find
this season.
Yeah, I think that they'll try to find one. If you're wanting my honest opinion, I think they'll still, and they're out there. They're out there. I think that they can probably find a freshman somewhere. So We'll see.
Hmm.
We'll see. I would trying to find the commitment list. Let's see if I can find it. And I've got it in my computer somewhere. Okay, here we go. The Craddock kid from TL Hanna. I mean, he's a middle infielder, so he could play there. Patrick Evans. I don't know. The kid from Florence Darlington. He might the Evans kid from Florence Darlington, Phil, might be the best player they're getting. I'm talking about overall, all around. I mean, you can make an argument that the Sutter kid who's transferring in from Purdue. I mean, he swings it. I mean, he's a stick. He's a mid 2000s guy. Like that's who they would have gotten out of JUCO in the mid 2000s, right there. Same thing with Dawson Harmon. Again, I got a contact from who knows a lot of these JUCO guys. It's kind of his deal. It's kind of his job. And he thinks that the Harmon kid is the best power hitter in JUCO ranks in Florida. He hit 370 this year with 24 home runs. Where's he going to play? I don't know. I mean, is he a third baseman? Are they going to try him in the outfield? Now they got candidates to DH, and he's one. The Sutter kid is one.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But the Evans kid from Florence Darlington, he's been playing. He's a big kid, and they might see what he looks like over there at short. He's 6'3", 200 pounds. He's a career 428 hitter in the JUCO ranks. 495 on base percentage. He's in 264 at bats in 2 seasons. He's only struck out 27 times. That's remarkable.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't care what level you're at. That is wild. But he's played a bunch of third base, but he hit 450 this year. He also hit 10 balls out of the yard at 73 RBI. He stole 17 bases. I mean, I think he might be their best overall player that's coming in, the guy who could have the biggest impact. So we'll see. Yeah, I mean, the Kazmar, if you're asking me, like, rank the departures, say, okay, of who's leaving, who hurts the most, Kazmar hurts the most offensively. That's number 1. Jace Woida hurts the most offensively, number 2. I would say long-term on the mound, I'm gonna exclude Eli Jersenbeck from this because he's been hurt. But I would say long-term on the mound, the loss of Ryder Garino is a killer. Killer.
Yeah, Garrido and Sweeney, I was sad to see them go.
Yeah.
Just like
yeah. I mean, short term, I think Sweeney and it's kind of. I mean, the pitching, as bad as the pitching. Again, look, the common fan's going to look at the numbers and go, well, they weren't any good anyways. Get rid of them and go get a bunch of new guys from a guy who probably never
losing
got
the guy. With an 80 RA. Yeah.
Doesn't have a freaking clue what he's actually looking at. I mean, the Copper, Garino, obviously Jersenbeck, but he wasn't coming back anyways. Copper, Garino, Pitzer, Sweeney. I mean, Kimball never, they just couldn't get him going. He could have helped them this year. I really believe that if they could have gotten some things ironed out with him, but they didn't. But so for the sake of the conversation, Sweeney, Pitzer, Copper, and Garino, like that's a tough group to replace. Again, I know if you just go look at the numbers, Phil, if you just go look at the numbers from the guy that probably didn't watch a game since March because they lost to Clemson. Oh, the guy had an 80 or 8. He's terrible. Literally nothing. Like, don't ever watch another game again if that's your takeaway, because this was kind of the group. And I mean, McCoy coming back obviously is helpful, but and they got other guys returning, and I would say it's so that we know about out of the portal. I have no idea who's committed to him recently. I think there's 3 or 4 guys, but I don't know who any of them are. So it's tough to lose that group. Let's just put it that way. I mean, if they were all returning, you would feel significantly better as long as they developed. So I don't know what they're going to do about that.
Yeah.
But Garino, I'm telling you, man, that's a tough one. He's going to pitch against him. I don't see any way he's back in the SEC next year. Hell, I don't know if any of these guys that might leave the SEC. I mean, I think they all have a chance to go take on.
That's one of the things you just worry about, right? That you're going to end up, because there's talent, right? I mean, and you can see it. Like if you were finding these guys in JUCO, you'd be all over them to get them to come play for your team, right? And 1 year, for whatever reason, they just didn't, advance, develop, or live up to their full potential. And and maybe it wasn't the right situation for them. That's always, something to consider. Not all teams are, made for specific folks. So, wish them the best. But one of my biggest worries here towards the end of the season was, man, we're going to face a lot of these guys next year, aren't we?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think you. Question from the Nana Sports chat box: Do you think they will use TrackMan next year? Well, I want to be clear. I mean, obviously, John had a report out a couple of weeks ago. They did use TrackMan this year, but it without, again, I wasn't in the locker room every day, so I'm not going to sit here and act like I know a bunch of things that I don't know. I just think that's ridiculous of people to do that. My understanding of all of this, and the information I've learned throughout the season, is that it was not it wasn't used to the extent that it needs to be used. I mean, they did have access to it at certain times, but as far as like using it to do things to help develop and things of that nature, I don't think that. I think that's where the issue was. And so if you're asking me, do I think that they will invest more or the proper amount of time into the technology that they have, like including the Maven system, my gut would tell me yes. I mean, look, I've been critical of Paul Mainieri. Okay, Phil, we've all been critical of Paul Mainieri, and Paul Mainieri he's a head baseball coach who's been in the SEC for a long time. He understands that that's part of the game. Okay, Paul Mainieri understands that. Terry Rooney understands that, right? And they've deserved the criticism they've deserved. Like, that team shouldn't have been this bad this year. It just should not have been.
No.
All right. But Paul Mainieri didn't also win 1,500 games by accident. And I don't think that he forgot how to coach baseball. I think as the dust has settled a little bit, I mean, you look back on a lot of the stuff that was in John's report, and he stands by that, and he should, because I heard the same information throughout the year, and I don't find it coincidental that John and myself and pretty much everybody else we know that covers his team and watches his team and receives information. I mean, you'd be surprised like how many people have information. It's not like a secret. And if you're around it enough, you can look at things and you go, well, this doesn't look right. Like, do you remember me saying that?
Yeah.
I didn't know anything that was going on.
Doesn't feel right. Doesn't look
not
right.
right here.
Yeah.
I mean, I've watched this a long time, man. Like, something ain't right. I'm telling you. And then you kind of start to figure it out. But with all that said, Paul Mainieri, he didn't win over 1,500 games just by sitting there and yelling at kids and telling everybody that my way is the only way to do this. Like, he is a smart guy. Okay. And I know that giving him praise or credit right now is not what anybody wants to hear, nor probably what he deserves. But in fairness, and I'm going to be fair about it, like it has nothing to do with me. I like Paul Mainieri. I don't have an issue. I've enjoyed every conversation I've ever had with him. I could sit there and talk baseball with him all day. I would enjoy that. But watching how the team was managed throughout the season was gut-wrenching to me. You know what I mean? And so I do anticipate that they're going to change some things internally. Like, do I have hard evidence on that right now? No, I don't. But if you ask me to guess today, will they like change some things, utilizing technology or how they kind of put this program together, how they coach it, how they do things around there? I don't see any way that they wouldn't. Now, I feel like that's just using common sense and logic. Like, everything you did this past year didn't work. Why would you not change it? Even if you bring in better players, you still have to change some things, right? So, yeah, I if you ask me to guess today, what's today, June 6th? I don't know why it wouldn't or how it wouldn't. And again, that's just my guess. I mean, they're real quiet over there. The coaches are out on the road recruiting, as far as I know, and trying to sign players, trying to keep players, and and I think they're probably doing a lot of self-evaluation, and I think that that's the exact thing you need to do, especially when you should self-evaluate every year. I mean, I self-evaluate every day when I get off the show. I go back and look at things that I hated that I did.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm quite comfortable in saying that that he's going to be doing that. So
yeah, I mean, and the earliest kind of signals of something changing is the weight room and workout availability through the summer is going to be expanded year over year. That's already been confirmed, I think, through what Donati's interview.
Jeremiah Donati said.
Yeah. So I mean, one thing to consider is there is, even though Maneri is the winningest active coach, right, in NCAA baseball, there's a learning curve for him that he has to get around because of the gap in between LSU and South Carolina. Because even though it was 4 seasons, 5, what happened in college athletics in those 5 years have completely altered the landscape across the board when it comes to college athletics.
Yeah.
So you got to get around that. I mean, there have been advancements in technology. Even TrackMan itself is different now and more thorough than it was when it was released, or even when it was 5 years ago. There's more data. There's more this. There's more that. There's NIL. There's, and it's an ever-changing landscape, right? So now you're having to plan for different contingencies on whether or not the house settlement is going to be, the way to go, or are we going to have to just individually go state to state with different rules in NIL? I mean, the landscape is so entirely different. My biggest criticism was just the open criticism of the team in that public forum and post games and press conferences and things like that. That was one of my biggest beefs. Like, beyond that, I'm not going to go out here and say, should have made this call, should have done that. I might be like, I didn't understand this call. I don't know why you pulled this guy. But I'm not going to be like, you shouldn't have done that, or here's what I would have done because it would have been better. I mean, who the hell are we?
Yeah.
But what I will say is, and I give him a little grace in this, and that the changes in the years that he was not active in the dugout are immense.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got to come around on this learning curve.
No, and there's no doubt about that. I mean, look, I could sit here, John wrote an article that dealt with all off the field stuff and literally had zero to do with in-game decision making and things of that nature. I'm certainly, as a baseball guy, big on practice structure and development and how you do these things and et cetera, et cetera. There's no question about that, because if you're not, then you'll never be any good. And I think that was part of the problem this year, and a major part of the problem. But also, when you get in game, like I that's what I dissect. That's my thing, and watching it throughout the season and just watching a lot of these crazy lineups and the switches, and like nobody could ever get comfortable. I mean, it was the most unusual thing I'd ever seen. I thought Coach Kingston did a lot of changing the lineup around and this, that, and the other. Holy moly. We've never seen anything like this. And, I think that there's some things there that obviously it's just my thoughts. If somebody asked me my opinion, that's my opinion. Paul Maneri could say, well, here's why you're wrong. I mean, that's fine. That's okay. But I don't think I am. The other thing, I mentioned it yesterday. Look, I'm very concerned about the in-state recruiting. Like, that's a major concern for me. This is a great baseball state. Like, people, okay, I'm not going to mention the coach's name. It was not Mark Kingston, but he was on Mark Kingston's staff, and he said very early on in his tenure here, we're not going to be in here with just South Carolina guys. That was a statement, okay, and that made its rounds in the community of the baseball community of this state, and it was shocking how little they focused on. We got to go get kids from the state of South Carolina. And that's not the only kids you have to get, okay? Like, there's not enough kids here for you to field a 35, 40-man roster and go win at the level in which they expect to win at. I got it. But you can't just ignore the good ones in this state. And Jim Toman and Ray Tanner and Chad Holbrook, and back when Monty was there, Monty Lee and Jerry Myers and Mark Calvey and Sammy Esposito, who's brilliant at what he does now in prep baseball in South Carolina. Those guys, like, that was the model. Like, if there's a good player in this state, we're signing him. Nobody else is signing him, let alone somebody from out of the state. My God. But you sure ain't going to Clemson. He's not going to Coastal. He's not going to – and they just – the previous staff just ignored it, And what do you think changed? You think Mark Kingston came around to that? Of course he did. Look at the guys he started signing to come back and coach on his staff. Guys that he knew would understand that we got to go get the players in this state. And then if you go back and actually look, I mean, you can find some examples of kids who came out of the portal and obviously, really helped you. Nathan Hall was one this year, obviously, right? But go look at who your stars are. Look at who's Ethan Petrie. Did you get him out of the portal? No. He's a kid that you recruited out of high school from Florida, and you developed him, right? Was Cole Messina a portal guy?
No.
He's a high school kid who hit like 100 and had fans telling everybody how much he sucks, and then he was an All-American, and now he's in pro ball, right? Okay, so you developed him, okay? How far back do you want to go here? I mean, how many examples do I need to keep? This isn't just the last 2 years. I mean, I can give examples of the last 25 years. How much time y'all got? So the large majority of players who end up being your superstars are the kids that you recruit out of high school. All right? And then if you break that down and you go look at it and you go look at how many of those guys end up coming from South Carolina, little old South Carolina, it is a really good number. And so when you disregard that, and they go to Clemson, and they go to Coastal, and they go to the College of Charleston, and they go to Virginia, and they go to NC State, and they go to Louisville, and they go to Ole Miss, and they go to Mississippi State, and they go to Georgia, and they go to all these places they should not be going to, Phil. And you're talking about maybe just, I mean, I can give you like 15 names. Just think if you kept 2 of them or 3 of them, where would you be? That's a big problem.
Yeah.
And I'm concerned about that. And I've been doing my homework, as I told you, and folks around the state are concerned about it. It is not South Carolina-like to not have a relationship with the staff. And I'll tell you who's doing the best is Coastal. It ain't Clemson. It's Coastal.
Oh, you
They're
can tell.
doing the best.
Yeah, you can tell. And that it's one of the reasons why I can't pull for them this weekend. As much as, it's like, man, what a great story that would be. It's the same reason I can't pull for, the team up here at any moment, because it's so much bigger than the win-loss record. It's all about recruiting and this, that, and that. Yeah, I mean, it would be awful. Again, I mean, because here, that would be 2 in what, 10 years? I can't remember when did they win that first title?
2016.
16. Yeah. So yeah, you can't have a former satellite be a national champion in something that you, quite frankly, are known for.
Yeah.
And it's not, and like you said, it is not all on the current staff. I mean, it's relationship building. And if you don't nurture those, then they will die. And I think that, like you said, some of the previous staff did not nurture and foster those relationships with the high school guys within the state, and it's going to show. One of the biggest things that I think is kind of overlooked in this current time with college athletics and the transfers and all of that is, and you made mention of it, it's like these guys there's not enough folks on a roster across the board who are playing for the name on the front of the jersey, right? You're coming in to collect money, showcase yourself, and not necessarily play for the team. So that you and there's always an aspect of that if you have talent enough to be able to ascend to the next level and go pro and whatever. But I think there's a strong argument to be made, like you said, with the failure of the SEC in the regional rounds, because a lot of these teams are not loaded with homegrown talent.
I just don't think it hurts to lose for a lot of these guys.
Right. And it's like, and the more it's the AAU mentality, right? With basketball, these kids don't hurt to lose. They're just going to shake it off, go play again. Right. Mm-hmm. Shake it off, go play again. Who cares? Whatever. It doesn't really matter. But you gotta have a team full of folks that just can't stand losing. Yeah. And a lot of that starts with growing up, especially at the college level. I mean, growing up in the shadow of these universities, and it's like, man, I'd love to go play for that. I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait. And there are guys in state who can't wait, but they get this bad feeling because those relationships between the university and their current set of coaches are not being fostered enough for one to feel comfortable to send them to the home university.
Yeah.
And it's pervasive right now in college sports. And I think it's going to continue to have detrimental effects if it's not fixed.
They're working on it. We'll see. We'll know in the next, we'll know in due time who's recruited recently to South Carolina. I mean, believe me, they're aware that they need a shortstop. They were aware before Kazmar hopped in today. All right, we got to step aside for our final timeout. I do want to make sure that we mention today it is June the 6th. 81 years ago today was D-Day, and the bravest men in the history of the world hopped on a beach over there to defend the freedoms of Europe and obviously of us here in the United States and everywhere else. So make sure if you get a chance today, go to YouTube. I know the History Channel and places like that will obviously have things up and stuff you can watch. Go to YouTube and type in D-Day and just see what you come up with. 201. Actually, that's much more important than our show. So if you do it now, we can understand that. It's I've never watched something and cut it off early. I've never done that when it comes to D-Day. I can't believe these guys lowered the doors of these boats into these shores over there and took all this gunfire and just jumped out and went to battle. I just can't believe that they did that. I find it very difficult to believe we'd have that many people who had that much courage to do so in today's world. So to all those families and anybody that has ever been involved in some way, shape, or form in D-Day and obviously World War II, and man, we think about you and we say thank you, as it is June the 6th, 81 years ago, is when the beaches were stormed across the pond. It's 11:35. One final quick timeout. We'll come back and get into Carolina off the field football stuff on the morning show.
Welcome to SEC Sunday Night, part of the Chief Sports Network. Debuting Sunday, June 1st at 8 p.m. on the Chief Sports app and the Chief Sports YouTube page. Hosted by Rob Williams and Craig McMichael, SEC Sunday Night will feature the conversations, have the information, and host the guests that make this storied conference great. Join us June 1st for SEC Sunday Night on the Chief Sports Network.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com, man, that's good.
It's gone! That ball is going to be out of here! Fair ball in the corner!
The atmosphere in Founders Park is electric. There's nothing like being loud and proud for our Gamecocks. Gamecock Traditions proudly supports Carolina baseball and wants you to look your best while you're at the ballpark. Come see us and choose from the best selection of game hats, hoodies, shirts, and all that entails the baseball logo. From tailgate gear to jewelry and plenty for your kids, Gamecock Traditions is your Gamecock baseball locker room. Don't forget, we have the widest selection for all sports and USC apparel. Come see us in Lexington or in the village at Sandhill, or order online and have it shipped to your doorstep at GamecockTraditions.com. Go Gamecocks!
Summer programming on the Chief Sports Network is presented by Electric Bikes Charleston. Enjoy your summer like never before. Visit electricbikescharleston.com. Go Gamecocks.
All right, it is the final segment inside the Gamecocks, the morning show, built by the Barndo Co. Brought to you by Resto Pros. Phil, the sun is shining here in my favorite place in the world, Maggie Valley, North Carolina, and I got a tea time to get to today, so crosstalk is going to be short and sweet.
That's right.
I'm going to play golf. One of my daughters is going to ride on the cart with me today. So excited about that. She said, Dad, what am I going to do? I said, keep your mouth shut when I'm swinging that golf club. You understand me?
That's right.
Well, I told her. No, I'm just kidding.
Just give her a beer. She'll be all right. No.
Yeah, it should be fun. It is also it's also National Donut Day, by the way. This is not. I'm going to ask the question, understanding what the answer already is. Krispy Kreme versus Dunkin'.
Well, I mean,
listen, better, right?
The pinnacle of donut of the donut spectrum is obviously the hot now glazed Krispy Kreme donut.
Okay,
I mean there is no. Now, if you're into
don't do anything stupid, Phil.
Yeah. Now, if you're into like interesting cake, like there are certain ones that I prefer, like the blueberry cake donut at Dunkin' over the Krispy Kreme cake donut. The coffee at Dunkin' is obviously far superior than.
Well, that's true.
At Krispy Kreme.
But it's not National Coffee Day. I didn't ask you.
That is true. Well, every day for me is National Coffee. I celebrate the entire catalog. Right here. Yeah, right. Yeah. It's what keeps us fueled here. But yeah, no, listen, Krispy Kreme is the ultimate. There is no other answer when it comes to that. But yeah, it's a thinner list for me when you start going below just the standard glazed donut. But my goodness, I could kill a dozen of fresh hot nows just because they just melt in your mouth.
I know.
Oh gosh. Now I want a donut, damn it.
I know. Well, when they do the donut day and there's like They give like a free donut away. People line up
Yes.
for hours to get a free donut. I've
I
never seen
know.
anything like it.
No, it's wild. Like they'll be backed out into the highway at the Krispy Kreme that's
Oh.
closest to us here, and it's just like what? And like,
It's
oh
bizarre.
my goodness, yeah, it's crazy.
It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my life. I mean,
Mhm.
just anyways. So get yourself a donut today, boys and girls, and just remember, original glazed is the easy way to do things around here, and you don't have to think much more than that. I also will say this: I go to Jack the Dipper up here every time we're here and get ice cream, and yes, Jack the Dipper.
That's a creative name. Yeah, I like
Pretty cool,
that.
huh?
All right. Mhm.
And their ice cream's incredible. It really is. It's probably my favorite ice cream out there. They got all kinds of stuff. I've tried it all. Everybody makes fun of me because I'm so bland when I go there. Other places, I'll do different things. Like when I go to Brent Thompson's, place on James Island or wherever, I got some other things I'll dip into. But when I go to Jack the Dipper, they make their waffle cones right there, so they're hot. So I just get a cinnamon waffle cone and ice cream and vanilla ice cream on top. That's it. Nothing else to it. No sprinkles. No. Everybody's like, that's it. I'm like, the cinnamon waffle cone with the vanilla ice cream, the creamy vanilla ice cream that they do, is a game changer. Don't overcomplicate it. You don't got to be complicated. That's like people that put mushrooms on their cheeseburger. Well, you know what? Why you want to do that? You don't need to do that. There's no point. Why?
I like so
What are we
vanilla,
doing?
right? Vanilla, you said, and just a cinnamon waffle cone.
That's it. And they make it right there. They fold. It's so hot. And, they I don't know how they do it. And then they fold it over right there and they shove the vanilla in it. Actually, they have to put a towel around the bottom because it melts at the bottom and kind of eases out.
Oh, fresh waffle cone. Now
That's what I'm saying.
Oh
It's
yeah,
fresh.
yeah,
They make it
yeah.
right there.
Yeah,
And then they just
yeah.
put the 2 scoops of vanilla in it. I'm like,
Oh,
you
yeah.
try it. Don't
I do like that. Mhm.
you don't have to overcomplicate things,
I'm a
It's
pretty
like,
simple guy when it comes to ice cream too,
Yeah,
right? Like,
yeah.
it's
2 + 2 = 4. You don't have to do 1 + 1 + 1 + 1. Just 2 + 2. That's it. You got there. We can do the same thing. Anyways, I was reading the article from Jordan Kay a couple of days ago about the plans around Williams-Brice. Clearly, we know what's going on with the west side. Eventually, they're going to be updating the east side. And I'm not sure how many folks were able to catch some of the quotes from Jeremiah Donati. Remember, literally nothing here has changed since he took over from when Ray Tanner and Chance Miller were in charge of this. Like nothing has moved. Every timeline that they're on, this was all part of the plan. Okay. So they're still in the RFP process, and they want to update some things in the fall. And what he's asking about is the area around Williams-Brice Stadium. Okay. But they begin to focus more. This article begins to focus more, Phil, on the east side of the stadium, behind the east side of the stadium. Remember, they redid all the parking over there. Everybody remember that? Redid all the parking behind the Binion Game Day Center that runs along George Rogers Boulevard. And then across the street, like if you've ever gone on Friday night, if you don't generally park over that way, if you've ever gone up there on Friday night for happy hour, in the 2001 club, you can, that's where you park. So you park on the east side or you park across Key Road in that other parking lot over there. And these are really the two areas that he was kind of focusing on. He was obviously asked about all the property that's down, running along the Congaree River and things like that. And he said the golf stuff is for later down the road, which that's true. That's not at the front of the forefront of this thing. Although I heard that if they ever do get a golf course built down there, they will be looking to draw in major events to it, which would be pretty cool.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
But I don't like where this is going right next to the stadium, to be honest with you. Look, I get it. I understand where we are. I mean, he referenced Texas Live, and he referenced the Battery, and he said literally right again, connecting to the east side of the stadium where the parking lot is, tearing that up, across from Key Road. Quote, whether it's condos, hotel, restaurants, bars, that type of entertainment district right outside of Williams-Brice Stadium. I don't love it. I don't love it, and I'm going to tell you why. You know, they have spent years trying to give the tailgate scene what it deserves around the ballpark. And now, like, I know that there's an argument there that there are not enough, like, bars and things like that within walking distance of Williams-Brice Stadium. I get it. I understand that. And I'm not saying that there's not a place for that. I just don't love it being connected to the east side of the stadium. Like, I don't love it.
Well, when you think about it, the majority of everyone is camped out on the west and north ends, right? So if you're in Gamecock Park, it's a hike to go not just to the stadium. That's not too bad. But if you're talking about going to the east side of the stadium to enjoy some of the other stuff there, it really does get to be kind of tedious. I mean, you're going to have to hop on one of those golf carts that you tip and drive around. Yeah, right. Yeah. Now it does create like a little gig economy around the stadium that I do appreciate. But yeah, the other side of it is, I mean, I don't know. I mean, how much are you going to tear down to do that? Right. That's the other.
Well, you're going to tear all that up, all the parking lots, and then it's going to be. I mean, if there's restaurants in there, or, I mean, staying in a. Have you ever tried to stay in the Vista now during football weekends?
Oh no, I have not.
I mean, it's $500 to $1,000 a night. Can you imagine what it'd be to stay in a hotel connected to Williams-Brice Stadium? Come on. I mean, are you going to have, and if you're going to have condos there, what are those going to run? I mean, I know how much the condos cost next to them. Obviously I got a bunch of friends there. I've done this show from Michael's multiple times. I got somebody that's, we've looked at a few. And then you're going to build brand new ones. I mean, what is that? If you have a couple of restaurants, that's fine. But like, what are we doing there to serve the entire community for South Carolina? Besides having a bunch of private condos and a bunch of hotels that, for all we know, are going to be rented out by the opposing team come game day. I don't love it. I just don't love it, man. I see the need for more bars and restaurants and things for people to do around Williams-Brice Stadium. But just connecting to the east side over there, I think that.
So are they
I don't
talking
think that's
about
a good
beyond,
idea.
Yeah, are they talking about beyond Key Road too?
Yeah,
That's
on the other side of it, like right there where the cockabooses go straight across the street.
Yeah.
And I think that's parking lot F right there. It's also one of South Carolina. They own it,
Yeah.
so they would just rip all that up. Not the cockabooses. They'd rip all that up. And they'd rip up the parking lot immediately on the east side right there. That's on Key Road. It's the university-owned parking lot. And we're talking, RFP is, everybody has to put in their proposal. So, Mad Dog Builders comes in and says, well, I'm going to put the Omni here. And then, I think we should do hotel here. And then a couple of restaurants underneath it. And then maybe we'll have a rooftop restaurant. Okay. Oh, okay. That sounds good. And then, whatever. And then whoever likes it, because that's how they make their money. That's how the university makes the money. The developer leases the land from the university, right?
Right.
Well, so this would actually go up pretty quickly, because if not, then they're just going to be paying all this money to lease this property and investing all this money in building these things and not getting any return on it. So if they're in a contract with South Carolina and they're having to pay the Gamecocks for the property and they're getting no return on their investment and not leasing out what they're building, then they're going to be broke. So whenever they decide to break ground on this thing, it's going to go up. It's going to go up quick. Now, is it like knocking people out of parking spots and stuff? Yeah. I mean, those are some high-end deals over there. So I'm sure they're going to have some sort of a plan as to what to do with it all. But I just don't see, like, we continue to move so far in this direction of, high-end condos and suites and all these things. And I'm not saying I'm not for it. I get it all. I understand the revenue side of things. Like, it's the world we live in. You got to be there. But I don't know. I don't really understand how this area is going to totally end up serving the common football community for South Carolina.
Yeah.
Like, I don't. How? I mean, does anybody have eyeballs? Have they ever walked around Williams-Brice Stadium? It's full of condos. It's all condos.
It is now on two sides. It's surrounded, right? Yeah,
condos everywhere. I mean, we need to attach them to the east side of the stadium. I just don't like it. I don't like it. So we'll see what ends up happening. But I get it. Back behind the football practice fields and all that, and everything that's going to be back. I got it. Hey, all makes sense. Everything that they want to add back there, they want to put a little district in, and okay, that's cool. But we're going to rip up all this beautiful stuff over here. We spent years beautifying. We're going to go ahead and rip it up now so we can build an Omni Hotel and $1 million condos that only so many people can buy, and half those people don't even care about South Carolina football. I just don't love it. I wish that we could come up with another idea. Hello,
parking
JC.
Garage.
Yeah, that's what we need is a parking garage.
No.
Nobody can get out of that on game day.
Right.
Traffic's already bad enough.
Imagine how frustrating that would be.
Yeah, it's like the one next to Colonial Life Arena. Anybody? Oh man, there's parking garage. I'm like, don't do that to yourself. You're gonna really park in there.
Yeah, no.
Park up there on Assembly Street and just, you get the digital thing now. Yeah, it's a 5-minute walk. Park up on Assembly Street, and then if you got to up it during the game, it pops up on your phone, says you got 30 minutes left. Pay for more. That's what I would do.
Oh yeah.
I would have paid the city of Columbia a lot more money if when I was in college. I had that on my phone.
I know, right?
You could add up pretty quick,
dude. Back in the day, I swear those parking, and I'm sure that's still the same. Those parking meter guys, like, they know who's within a couple of minutes because you go 1 minute over, they are right there to write you a ticket.
Yeah,
I got
that happened to
parking
me.
tickets.
I flew in for an NIL meeting and flew out. Came down from Charlotte, and I was in Hickory Tavern for I had an hour on the meter. I was in there for an hour and 2 minutes, and I walked out and had a ticket.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I paid that. I think I politely declined on the rental car. But if they get it on a rental, if they get it on a rental car, they'll bill the rental company, and the rental company turns around and charges your car for it. I'll probably end up paying for it. That's the day I missed my flight because I was, there was something going on 77 North right around Blythewood. You got past Blythewood, I was like, well, I'm out of town. I'm home free, because it doesn't start getting thick till Rock Hill. And something was going on. So I
had to pay a parking ticket for my wife when I picked up her master's degree certificate up here at our friends down the road. From one time where she actually she did most everything remotely up here at Greenville Tech or whatever through Clemson, and ended up having to go down there, I think, a couple of times to take in-person tests. And for one of those, she ended up getting a ticket, and we just forgot about it. And of course, when the graduation ceremony happened, she didn't walk because you don't have to walk. You still are a graduate and have your master's degree. So 10 years later, when I just happened to be in the area, I pulled into the registrar's office or the records office and was informed that in order to pick up a certificate, I had to pay a $25 fine. That was 11 years old.
Well, I have something.
I'm like, well, y'all don't forget anything, do you, up here? Yeah.
On things like parking tickets, Columbia and Upstate and Aiken and all the different campuses are connected. I ran up quite a few from USC while I was there. And then I went back to Upstate and got my degree. And I didn't get my diploma until 2021.
Right.
I got it on my wall there, though. But guess what? The statute of limitations had expired. And all I had to do was pay for the frame and the shipping.
Nice.
I told him I'd lost my old one. I was like, I lost it. Yeah, sure. We do a duplicate. Just pay us $40. I was like, those tickets are about $230 in 2001. So I was like, I'm glad I didn't get charged interest or a late fee.
Yeah. I was happy that didn't happen to me. I'm like, well, at least you didn't tack on monthly interest all these years.
Yeah, I was willing to pay the 200 and something bucks, but I didn't have to. So
I was just shocked when they were like, well, you owe us $25. I'm like, of the thousands of dollars we've given you to get this damn ticket or certificate, you're going to hold me up over $25 just to get a piece of paper that we don't really need. We just, thought it would. I was just in the area and thought it would be cool to give to her.
Right. It's our higher education system around here.
Yeah, right. Well, listen, every dollar counts.
That's what they tell you. All right, gentlemen, I'm gonna ease on out of here and let you boys take it from here. Gonna go throw on a polo and go tee off.
What are you doing today? Oh, you're playing golf today.
Yeah.
You swing it better wearing a collared shirt? Is that the way that works?
I think it's required.
Nah, it's not really. I mean, if you could get away with certain things, but I didn't. I'm gonna wear a polo today.
Better be safe than sorry. You don't want to have beef on vacation.
No, I don't want to start anything.
Because they will. Some of them will have beef with you if you don't wear a collared shirt. I'm not confirming nor denying that I didn't find that out one day.
Well, I'm not going to find out today. I'm just going to go shoot par, JC. I'm just going to shoot par.
I bet, though, if you had khaki shorts on and some boat shoes and a long sleeve Southern tied T-shirt, that they wouldn't say anything to you, and a hat, which you always will.
I'm not going to play golf in boat shoes, JC.
I think I had like a Guns N' Roses T-shirt on or something.
I respect the golf course.
The golf course.
I've got a buddy, but he uses the public courses, so nobody usually. But he's like straight tennis shoes, baggy shorts, whatever T-shirt he's got on. Like, all right, well, whatever works for you, buddy.
As long as there's, I don't know. Anyway, have fun, Mr. Bradford.
Enjoy the rest of your Friday afternoon. Enjoy the Super Regionals and tonight's Women's College World Series title game.
I'll be watching none of that.
And we'll see what happens with Carolina football recruiting.
I will be watching all of that.
Yeah, that will be. That we're keeping an eye on.
We're having a yard sale next week. So hey, no show next Friday because it's a community deal. So we have to be out there. So the wife, she'll have to be at work or working in here. So I might have to be out there selling trinkets on the side of the road,
haggling with your neighbors.
Yeah, I mean it's gonna. I said on coffee today. The schedule's gonna be a little bumpy until we take the break because I got that, and then I've got. I'm going to the wing eating contest in a couple weeks. I need to travel days. So I'm just telling everybody now. The whole audience, God and everybody.
Dynamite drop in money.
This is really paying off.
All right. See y'all. Have a good weekend.
Take care, Jamie.
Screamed in terror that fine day. Saw that purple wig and did not know what to say. It left me sort of startled and confused. Red lips and white makeup and those big old red shoes. But my daddy tore a knot in me for being so damn rude. He said, son, don't you know that clowns are people too? Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. I started watching Bozo and warmed to the movie It. Killer Clowns from Outer Space to me was a big hit. Some people like McDonald's because of Mayor McCheese, but Ronald is my homeboy now and Krusty and Pinky. Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Clowns are people too. Don't be
met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say, but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. Clowns are people too. Clowns are people too. Now I own some tiny horns and got me those red shoes. I don't know much, but know one thing that's true. If you don't know anything, just know that clowns are people too.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the show, part of the Chief Sports Network.
Mad Dog's upstate raised and reared up near the tater patch. He flirted with that upstate team, now bleeds garnet and black. It's been almost 2 decades since JC started Big Spur. He may live outside of Chicago, but he's all Spartanburg. It's the show, the Gamecock Show. ITG, Phil and JC, it's the show. It's fun and entertainment, but also information, things you cannot get on radio. It's the show. Gather around, all you Gamecocks, it's the show. The show, the show. Let's go. JC and Mad Dog Mully on the Gamecock Show.
Welcome in, everybody. It is Inside the Gamecocks The Show, firing up here to close out your work week on a Friday. We are JC Sherbert over there, Mad Dog Mullinax over here, and of course, hey, look at that. The Late Night Gamecock himself, Matt Anderson, hopping in.
What's up, guys?
Welcome in, Matt. Happy to have you, man. How's your week been?
It's been crazy. Been all over the place work-wise. I was literally sprinting upstairs to try and get here by 12, and then my Bluetooth headphones wouldn't connect, and I was like, come on.
Let's go.
I don't use Bluetooth. Well, I use Bluetooth headphones sometimes, but I don't use the earbud stuff. Yeah, I was worried you weren't going to show up. We already had one last minute cancel that couldn't be helped today on the other show. And
I pulled up coffee today. I was like,
I got talked all about it. I went on and on and on about how great it was, and then it was just like, Alex is coming on. I'm like, we had Alex on yesterday. Well, what possibly could he have to add? Well, yeah, just more stuff from camp. But anyway, yeah, we'll get Chad on another time, and I'll just copy and I'll just splice that out of put it in the new episode,
right?
Something like that.
Yeah, you could just use all of that and only cut 20 minutes of new stuff to add to it.
Yeah, just like, yeah,
that's right.
I have a totally different shirt on. You know? won't even recognize it.
Yeah, nobody will know.
So Matt, yesterday we had some fun on Inside the Gamecocks The Show, and I probably should have told you to watch this so you could be prepared to discuss it, like I told Phil. All right, there's a Carl Winslow deep dive conspiracy theory.
Okay.
Because the same actor, he's in Ghostbusters, he was in Die Hard, and then he's in Family Matters. Carl Winslow. Do you know who that is?
Yeah, absolutely.
You've seen
I love Steve Urkel.
Yeah. Okay. Wait to hear this. So here's the deal. So he's the cop during Armageddon in New York during Ghostbusters when the world's about to come to an end. He watches Egon, explain about the Twinkie and all that good stuff. And then he accidentally shoots and kills a kid. So he ends up moving to Los Angeles. And in Die Hard, he's buying Twinkies at the beginning of the show and talking about how it's for his wife. But if you notice, he's off his rocker because he doesn't have a wedding ring on. So he goes through Die Hard, and he imagines striking up this friendship with John McClane, and he helps save the day, and his life has purpose. But at the end, the police chief takes all the credit. McClane moves on with his life, and he spirals into a depression and gets put in a mental institution where family matters, where he is a cop in Chicago with a beautiful family and even his mom, far away from both coasts. And after watching the world end and going what he went through in LA during Die Hard, and he's all happy. And then one day Steve Urkel shows up, and Steve Urkel's the 13-year-old kid that he shot.
Oh gosh,
that's psychological manifestation.
In his illusion, an evil manifestation. And he sits there and goes, did I do that? Because that's what you did, Carl. You did that.
Yes, Carl.
And
Winslow,
eventually,
do that.
and there's no reprieve from Steve Urkel the whole time. And eventually he has a heart attack and watches his family move out one by one.
God,
that is not my work.
It explains the whole Judy thing, right? Like, because she was disciplined, went upstairs one episode, and was never to be seen again.
Yeah, it was epic. Phil played it, and I was beyond floored. I was like, wow, that took a lot of thought.
So good.
Hey, people have time on their hands, and they come up with some crazy, crazy things.
Phil goes, that's why I'll never quit the internet, and I agree. I'm like, as much as I'm like, my God, we've kind of flipped our society on our underbelly a little bit and exposed the ugliness of just about everybody. It's stuff like that makes it worth it, man.
Every once in a while, something like that'll come along, and it's just enough to keep you going. Right?
Yeah, the same Big Lebowski thing with Donnie not being real.
Right.
I mean, that's actually something Jeff Bridges kind of confirmed one day that Donnie wasn't real. So anyway, Jay Frew, you missed it. Go back and listen to it from yesterday. Phil maybe can put the link to the video in the chat box to educate all of you guys that are out there.
Yeah, Jay, just hit up the second hour. I think we opened the second hour with it. Of yesterday's show. So yeah.
And finally, okay, so in today's chapter of things that make me scratch my head and really don't piss me off, but it's funny when I act pissed off about them. I got an email. All right, a marketing email. I didn't look at the sender, just the topic. Discover Jurassic World Rebirth. ... And I'm thinking, I mean, Matt's a theme park guy, like I am, and Phil is. We're all theme park guys here. I was thinking,
man.
Well, that Universal Epic universe probably has something really cool about Jurassic Park, and that's good. Yeah, Jurassic Park's not my favorite, but I think it'd be a cool ride experience. I mean, like Dinosaur and anything like that. I mean, I dig it. I like the soundtrack. I think that's Hans. Is that Hans Zimmer? John Williams.
That's John Williams. Yeah.
Yeah.
John Williams.
I love
any
the soundtrack
that you love. It's John Williams. Just throwing that out there.
Hans Zimmer's got
some, everything.
Yeah. Hans Zimmer's got some too.
Elfman's got some bangers too, man.
Elfman's good as well. Yeah. Zimmer's Inception was really, really good. And then whoever did the Last of the Mohican soundtrack, I don't know who that is, but that's badass. Nevertheless. And so the title of the email goes ... and then I open it, it says only at Speedway. Bro. Only at Speedway. I just got back from Speedway. I filled up my truck.
You didn't see any dinosaurs?
Not a damn one.
Give me a pack of Blue Zins and a side of dinosaurs, please.
And then it's like, and see the movie in theaters. And I'm like, how do I discover Jurassic World Rebirth? Discover Jurassic World Rebirth at Speedway. Speedway's coming up. Some Speedways are just like one little guy in a shop there, and they got the cigarette counter and not even any bathrooms.
Right.
I don't think you could fit Jurassic World in there. So, anyway, I'm like, people will do anything these days.
Wow.
Man. It's insane.
Well,
there is
like,
a new one coming out.
Jurassic Park. Oh, go ahead, Phil.
No, I was just saying there is a new Jurassic Park movie coming out. Is there not? Or
Yeah, there always
Am I
is.
wrong?
Every
Jurassic World rebirth.
Pretty
I think
safe
is
to
what it's
assume. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in the I don't care category for me.
Right.
I mean,
I saw something the other day. It was like, I'm dumb enough that if Jurassic Park was real, I would still want to go, knowing what happens.
Well, me too. I mean, I'm just not. I'm not scared.
I ain't scared.
Surely they'll have some security, but nah, it's got a lot of new Scarlett Johansson's in it. Ed Sheeran, Jonathan Bailey, Rupert Friend. I don't know about this. I mean, where's Jeff Goldblum? Can you not keep Jeff? Can you not just make us happy?
Right. Just give us a little Jeff Goldblum.
Or did he die? Did he die at one of them? I don't know. I don't watch it.
I don't think
he was in the second one, but I don't know if he's in the third.
I'm complaining about something that I don't even watch or know about. That's because it's Friday.
Like
folks.
99% of the world, JC.
Yeah,
right.
I'm just joking half the time. People probably that JC Sherbert's a miserable guy.
That's right. Yeah,
always complaining. Now he's just getting old, and that's what we do.
Right.
Our brains start getting really pissed off about things that used to not bother us. We didn't even give a second care.
Yeah,
like, you know what? I'm sick of grasshoppers. Bouncing about all the time.
Right. These cicadas,
Nobody's
they
that
come around
happy.
every 17 years. What the
It's like people that hate pandas. I think they have a point. Pandas do nothing for anything or save the pandas. All right.
Okay.
Let's save the McDLT too while we're at it. Because in the McDonald's ecosystem, the McDLT was one of those things kind of like pandas. It really didn't do anything good. It actually hurt the environment because of the big styrofoam container.
Giant. Yeah.
And the big gigantic X-wing fighter, TIE fighter looking styrofoam container. All it was, hey, we're too lazy to put your sandwich together. So we're going to leave it. And then we're going to tell you it's the hot stays hot, the cool stays cool. And we're going to charge you $2 more for it in the 80s, which was a lot of money. Isn't this great? The hot stays hot and the cool stays cool. Those are pandas. It's something everybody appreciates and likes, but in the grand scheme of things, totally worthless.
Now, there is one funny panda video where I think her kid sneezes and she loses it.
That is their number one. It's to entertain us.
Yes.
Like you see, like these Chinese zoos that have these panda hugger professionals, which is a great job, by the way. So I guess that's the second purpose pandas have. It's all human related, though. I don't know how they've lived all these years. Like before we started going, oh, they're cute and cuddly and fun. I mean, how they get tired, they stop and sleep.
Right.
They're loners. They're not in packs. How do they defend themselves? Something is anything. Do they have a predator? Does something eat? Were there tigers? There's tigers in China, right? Would they eat pandas, or does the meat not taste good? Kind of like the McDLT. I don't know. All these things I've been pondering today, but we need to talk about sports because everybody's going to start logging off. What the hell?
Oh, it's one of those days.
Yeah, it's Friday. It's June.
It's summer. It's summer, y'all. It's summer.
Summertime is here. It was only 52 degrees this morning when I woke up. God. For real though.
I walked out this morning and could feel the humidity. I was like, "Oh, it's here, isn't it?" Oh,
yeah.
Well, okay. Yeah.
When we come down in a couple of weeks, I'm worried I'm going to melt.
It's going to be.
I've got some melting to do. Believe it or not. I mean, I'd be fine if that happened, but I'm like, well, that's going to be interesting. Now we went down in August last year for a birthday party, and it was fine. It was, yeah.
It's natural. It's your native land.
It's my native land. Yes. So anyway, Matt, we'll start off with basketball. Not that that's all you're capable of talking about. I feel like that's all we talked to you about basketball, but Isaac Ellis commits yesterday. I don't think that was a big surprise, but we've seen a ton of Eli. I mean, you can't miss him. Obviously, you turn on social media and he's everywhere. I've seen some Isaac, but what do you think about this guy as far as an SEC basketball player?
he's a different kind of player than Eli. He's, very fundamental. He can shoot. He can handle the ball a little bit. I think that you're going to see him. I don't know if he's going to explode into like the top 100 or anything like that, top 75 this year playing without his brother. But that'll be really interesting for me to watch. I'll learn a lot more about him when he is able to dominate the ball a little bit more and not play that secondary role. But if you are all in on Eli Ellis, it doesn't hurt to have his brother there as well. As far as an SEC player, honestly, I just have to see more of him. I don't know off the top on that. That commitment, while it didn't surprise me that it happened yesterday, I wasn't, on Ellis watch or anything like that. I wasn't doing anything along those lines. We'll see. I don't have much more than that, JC. I'll have to research it and talk to you about it next time.
What do you think, Matt? There's a lot being made, not a lot, but there are a few folks out there, as there always are, contrarians on the socials or whatever, that are like, oh, great, another overtime elite commit. Do you think that that's kind of being overblown just because they're coming out of a program like that? Obviously, kind of like IMG, I guess, if you will, that type of high school environment, more AAU than it is like public high school league.
Well, I'll just go ahead and say that if that's what you're mad about, just get over it, because it's been AAU for 25 years now. There aren't really, the high school programs now that are top 25 in the country are just essentially AAU teams that all go to high school together. They're recruited from all over the country. Now, in the high school league, when you get to, the state championship or the state playoffs in like California or, some of these bigger states, Florida, like it's going to be intense competition. And if you qualify for nationals, you're going out there and you're playing really, really good teams. But in the grand scheme of things, you get more benefit playing with better players. Like they're going to get so much better just playing with other players that are selected for OT. It's not the population of your high school when you go to OTE, where you're pulling from, the guy that's 5'7" on the end of the bench who's just kind of there for practice. That's not the case with OTE. All these kids are there for a reason. It is all basketball. Now you can say you don't like the music being played during the games and the funky courts and screaming at clouds and all that. But I think that's what a lot of it is. It's still basketball. And if a kid can put the ball in the hoop consistently, what's the problem with that? All these kids are growing up in the same environment now. I would take an OTE kid over, just generic South Carolina high school kid at this point. Would Cam Scott have benefited from leaving Lexington to play at OTE or leaving Lexington to go play at, Monteverde? Probably. Did he get better his last year at Lexington? So in that regard, I don't have a problem with OT. I think that OT is fine. You're not playing school, you're playing basketball.
Yeah, I think this is one of those things. There's nothing to be done about it. And look, correct me if I'm wrong. Ellis and Hayden DeSimeon and the kid they got late, whose name escapes me.
Yeah, it's
Abu
Jafar or something like that. I can't remember.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Those are the first Carolina's gotten from overtime elite. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Well, then why not see how it's going to work out?
Right. Before complaining about it. That was my opinion. I was like, well,
it may work out for you. I've got concern. My concern, Matt, is more like you said, like it's the whole sport. I think that's why you have teams with one and doneers and all that don't get past the Sweet 16. And it's AAU basketball. Keith was talking about this one time on the phone with me. And Keith coached basketball, obviously. He said, you watch an AAU game, an AAU tournament, and it's like they lose at the last second. They're not, it's championship or what, quote unquote. They're not crying on the floor. They're not upset. They're not hanging their heads. They're not throwing a water bottle and all that good stuff, like in a high school tournament when the season's over and all that, like it used to be. But man, it's just, and I think that's why older players in college basketball, older teams do well, because the younger guys have to learn how to compete and how to play within the structure in some college systems, and that'll help them in the NBA. And I think if you watch too much regular season NBA, you kind of get a false sense, like everything else in the world. It's fake, you know. Now, if you watch the playoffs, that's different. And the franchises that are going to draft you, that's where they need you to turn it on. But I think there's a lot of bad competitive habits in basketball that have kind of developed from that. Wouldn't you think?
Oh yeah. And if you go out where Alex is, I don't know if it's 7-on-7 day or what today or yesterday, whatever it was, but 7-on-7, those kids care. Even though that's high school, that's their high school. They're wearing their colors on their shirts, and they lose at the last second, they're PO'd. I mean, like we saw fights break out at 7-on-7 before, and happen a couple times. But it's just a different generation, JC. And it's funny because I was listening to Dwayne Wade talk the other day, and Dwayne Wade said him and Steph at the top 75 all-time players they did this past All-Star game or last All-Star game. He was like, me and Steph were just cutting up. It was like we've been boys, we've been boys forever. And then Isaiah Thomas is in the back of the line because they're going by age. And then Michael Jordan's last. And he said the entire time Isaiah Thomas was mean mugging Michael Jordan. And Dwayne Wade's like, y'all really haven't let that beef go yet? And they don't. And he said that that's a difference. He said, we're all vacationing together. Isaiah Thomas probably hasn't spoken to Michael Jordan since 1991. And but also you go back to what Coach K wanted to do. I've read Coach K's biography. He hated the one and done model for a long time. And he hated when kids could go from high school to the pros because he had to change his recruiting. And he didn't want to recruit kids that had a chance to go pro early, out of high school. And then at the end of it, he was like, I have to compete. So I have to go get one and done. He said, I didn't like it. We want guys in our program 3-4 years. If they're good enough after 3 years, go pro. If not, you're going to get a Duke degree. And that's missing in college basketball right now. But I am optimistic, JC. I mean, there's twofold there. You talk about the older teams, and the older teams, so many COVID kids were still playing. I mean, it was ridiculous. So, I mean, you had older, better kids. That's going to go away to an extent. But what's going to supplement it is the NIL. I mean, you had Tahad Pettiford come back to Auburn this year, and I guarantee you he's getting 1.5, 1.7 million. And when it came down to, man, I might be a 31 to 45 pick in the draft and, might make $110,000 and be on buses and playing in front of nobody. Yeah, let me just go back to Auburn for another year. You're going to see that. And I think that the more that these athletic programs are able to support their student athletes from NIL, which is allowed now, you're going to see kids stay longer. That's why I thought there was a chance Colin would come back. But if you're lottery, that's a lot different conversation than what Tahad Pettiford was thinking about.
Lottery means his great grandkids won't have to work. I mean,
yeah. I mean, you talk about Ronaldo Ballquin back in the day. If he had NIL, he didn't like school very much, but
he didn't come to play school.
Yeah,
right.
But a PJ Dozier, obviously there was some stuff surrounding that situation.
Yeah.
But if PJ Dozier comes back, I think Frank Martin's still the coach of South Carolina. I mean, that's a hot take, but that there was no cohesion after that season ended with the Final Four.
Well, you'd had Frank, Frank Booker, who came in, would have been his off guard, and PJ scored more, and they still had Silva and everybody else. I mean, it wasn't
Kotsar. I mean, it would have been
a tournament team.
Different.
They lost so many close games. That team did, and they won some too. I mean, they upset some teams too, but and they lost one early by two. Who was it that beat them? Somebody, I don't remember. But Illinois State, maybe. I don't.
Yeah, it was
Illinois State. Was it Illinois State?
I have to go back and I'll go in Kid Palm later during the break and I'll look it up. But
because if it was,
what was the other kid from
my wife went to Illinois State, and I don't think I've ever broached that subject with her. So I don't know. It was that team that whoever beat them down in Myrtle Beach in that tournament that year. But
JC, who was the kid that transferred from Louisville when he couldn't get in because of the he got impermissible benefits and he sat there for a year and then what's his name? He was a 5-star recruit.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll figure out who that person is. But just think about how the game would be different.
Phil, Google Rick Pitino Adidas scandal, and it'll come up as this.
Yeah, it is Brian something.
Clint's Brian. It is Clint's Brian something. Anyway, Oh, that would have been a big difference too for Frank Martin. Frank had a lot.
Well, that came off the Final Four.
Yeah, I mean Frank.
If you had PJ, him, Chris
And
Silva,
then
Mike
Bowen.
Kotsar, you might be going back to the Final Four.
Ryan Bowen. Yeah.
Brian Bowen, yeah.
And then Rob Felder got kicked off.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the point guard, and they didn't have a point guard. And then those teams with Cousinard and those guys, those were good basketball teams, relatively speaking, at South Carolina. They just had inexplicable losses in the non-con. I'll never forget the day they lost to Stetson, because that was the year they canceled the season eventually. Anyway, I was in Chicago. I'd just gotten here, and they had a pretty good run and turned. They had a pretty good non-conference record, and that team, it was a good team. You had Cousinard and I think AJ Lawson was on that team. I mean, the 2020
AJ
team,
Lawson, he's drank some coffee in the NBA.
Yeah, they were 18-13 and could have been a lot better, and their non-conference stunk.
But it was AJ Lawson, Brian Bowen came in. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it was supposed to be just keep it going, keep it rolling. That's the season that killed it for Frank.
It just didn't, it didn't have it. And they lost to Stetson at home, who was a bad basketball team. And it was one of those lesson games, I guess. But I think the Final Four was just so awesome. I'm not mad at him for not making it 9 other years. He got screwed one year, but screw jobs happen. That was to me, that was a bigger screw job than the playoff last year.
I can't go that far. Playoffs have been so huge for Carolina.
Well, I know, but it's just like, look, you got a team that played 32 games in a Power 5 conference and you win 24. That's one where the pretty record, all right, so had the committee for basketball that year used the football playoff committee,
been a 6 seed.
Carolina had been in because they had the head-to-head against Tulsa and Vanderbilt, and they had a prettier record. Go figure.
That's right.
Anyway, but I'd trade all that for that Final Four, man. That was unbelievable. I never thought I'd see that in my life, and I got to go and all that good stuff. But his tenure, I hope that we don't look back on it, those of us that care about South Carolina basketball, and go, man, those were the good old days. Over, we wish we were 9-9 in the league or whatever. I just, and I liked him. I didn't have a problem with his language and stuff that he used. I know that scares off some recruits, but he's such a good coach. I think he just needed a couple of shooters a year to really be good with the way he coached defense. But unfortunately, a lot of those guys just couldn't hit the broadside of the barn, or they're very streaky like Cousinard. And then in the most South Carolina basketball thing ever,
Cousinard goes to Oregon.
Jermaine Cousinard goes to Oregon. Somehow, you wish him the best. I mean, Jermaine's had a tough life. I know exactly where he grew up. It's about 30 minutes from where I lived. And yeah, I mean, he's from the mean streets of Chicago. And everybody's wishing him the best. Somehow they get matched with Oregon in the first round, because somehow Oregon wins the Pac-12 tournament that year and gets in. They weren't going to get it otherwise. And then somehow they get put in a 6-11 game on the year where they said, we think we'll have play-in games going to the 10 seed instead of the 11 seed this year.
It was boring.
Oh, really? And then they sent it to Pittsburgh, which is the same court they lost to Coppin State on in 1997.
Right. Mm-hmm.
A bad omen there. And then Jermaine Cousinard scores 40 freaking points and puts them out. I'm like, we talk about the chicken curse being exercised in many ways. Not sure that maybe we need to have an exorcism around.
Might be a few threads left.
Would you do it around Franklin
Maybe
White
Jermaine needs to
Arena?
come apologize.
Would you do it around the Carolina Coliseum or Colonial Life now? I've seen too many terrible shooting performances on all levels of basketball, and including the women in Colonial Life, to make me think there doesn't need to be an exorcism there.
That's right. Somebody needs to go in there with a whole, 5-gallon bucket with white sage.
The
and
hardest.
just let it go.
Not a hard arena to shoot in, or something wrong with the rims. Somebody go cheap on the rims. Did they order the rims from Temu? Wouldn't that be crazy? How bad would people be at Ray Tanner if they found that out?
Oh gosh.
Well, did you hear what the Arkansas fans were saying after Arkansas shot so poorly in Colonial Life?
Oh, that we messed
They
with
said that they loosened the rims after shoot around on Arkansas side of the court.
That's the Tennessee conspiracy.
Oh, the sand
theory.
on the field.
Sand
Yeah.
on the field.
Yeah, it's so much sand.
I just think I was like, no, you should have just said no. They got them from Temu.
That's right. That's where they got the tape measures to
They
measure.
paid
the
$8 a
distance.
piece for them, but it took 6 weeks to ship.
And now you're having to pay import duties.
Lots of it. Those Temu people with their fake rims are going to pay.
You actually do a decent Trump, man. It's funny.
It's all right. Shane Gillis does the best, I think.
Yeah,
there's all kinds of different ways you can do him, but I think he's like, boo, and he does the hand. Believe me. Oh yeah, we're gonna do that. By the way, this has been on social media too. Those of you that like to hear impersonations of the president, go listen to the first few lines of REM's "Losing My Religion" and picture Donald Trump singing them.
I've seen that.
My wife can't get it out. I can't let her hear that. Oh, life is bigger. It's bigger than you. You're not me. Anyway. Hey, guess what? GamecockTraditions.com is having a Father's Day sale. That's always awesome, Matt. You need to tell your wife and your son. I'm assuming he's not actually buying gifts yet. Gamecock Traditions 20% off for Father's Day. If you want to buy your dad something, go check it out. Go check out GamecockTraditions.com. Brick and mortar stores, Village at Sand Hills in Northeast Columbia, also out in Lexington. Proud sponsor of Inside the Gamecocks Show and Inside the Gamecocks The Morning Show. Also, remind everybody, Saturday, June 21st from 4 to 8 p.m. at CB18 Bar and Grill. I'll be there. My wife will be there. Other dignitaries, not that I'm a dignitary, but student athletes will compete in the 3rd annual wing eating contest.
Yes, Marcus will be there.
Yeah, Mark's going to be there.
Nice.
Fired up about that. Sponsored. All the proceeds go to Garnet Trust. It is a free event. If you sign up on Eventbrite and make an RSVP, you get a free raffle ticket. So looking forward to that here in a couple of weeks. We're going to get into more topics with the Late Night Gamecock Matt Anderson after this on the show on a Friday.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Disaster comes uninformed. During and after natural disasters or accidents, there can be a heavy loss to property. It can become extremely difficult to bounce back to what you knew before. Having your home or office destroyed or damaged by water, fire, smoke, or mold affects your personal and business lifestyle. Resto Pros of the Midlands is here to help. Open 24/7. Call them when you need them. 803-493-0170.
Touchdown Brewer. Set up a screen, and it goes to Brewer. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown Brewer, his second of the day. Pitches it to Brewer, turns the corner. Touchdown, number 3 of the afternoon.
Hey folks, it's Mike Morgan for Ryan Brewer Fence. That's right, you know the former Gamecock legend as a terrific college football player. Well, I know him as that too. I also know him as the guy that runs a great business, one of the best businesses in South Carolina. How do I know that? Well, for one, I'm actually a client of Ryan's. I had my home in Columbia done years ago, and his crew did an outstanding job, just as he does for everybody else. Whether you're in the market for a fence, railings, columns, or anything in between, their craftsmanship, their experience, and service second to none. Ryan Brewer Fence has over 15 years of experience with consultation and installation of residential and commercial fencing and railings. Rest assured your job will be done with an unparalleled level of expertise, and it's done on time, and they do it right the first time. Again, you're not going to do any better than Ryan Brewer. Ryan Brewer Fence. The website is ryanbrewer.net. Set up an appointment today. Tell them Mike sent you. Mike here for one of the better dining options in the capital city. You know, when I first moved there, I asked people around the radio station, where are the best wings? Well, the consensus was D's Wings. That was then. Today, they still have the best wings, but it's so much more. Now in their new location at 415 Meeting Street in West Columbia. Yeah, they get voted the best wings on a routine basis. Yes, they get voted the best sports bar on a routine basis, but they're not just about wings, and really, they're not just a sports bar. It is a family-run local restaurant and bar with 20 TVs and 25 beers on tap. And how about these daily specials? Every Monday night at D's, you've got 75-cent wings from 4 until closing. Tacos on Tuesday. Then on Wednesday, 18 wings and a pitcher of beer for $29. You've also got ribs and oyster bucket specials on Thursday. And no matter how big the party is, 20 or more, no problem. Just call ahead of time and they'll take terrific care of you. They'll do takeout as well. And guess what? A human will answer the phone and take the order. Billy and his staff do an outstanding job. Check out D's 415 Meeting Street in West Columbia.
There's something happening here, but what it is ain't exactly clear. There's a man with a gun over there, telling me I got to beware. I think it's time we stop, children. What's that sound? Everybody look what's going down.
Now back to Inside the Gamecocks. The show.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks, the show. I just realized that I still had that one in the quiver there and hadn't pulled it out to fire it yet. So
I'll leave that up to you, man.
I like
my
that
dog. I'm just like, hey, you know, it's just like Bobby Knight. Remember when he went off to all the television? He's like, you take the program, you either like the program or you don't take the program. I don't give a what you say. I'm sick of you, the media people trying to debate me. So, Phil, you take the free Kool-Aid or you don't take the fuck. Sorry, I'm gonna mess up. I'm gonna get an FCC violation there. I'm trying to bleep myself. That doesn't work too well.
Friday.
Oh. Yeah, Wayne's talking about the rims and said the women's game UConn didn't have a problem, and the UNC game for the women they couldn't miss. Yeah, I'm joking about that.
Yeah, it's
as far as
it just means there's not a lot of good shooters.
I'm just joking. But yeah, Wayne, I mean, I've seen some other teams light it up. Clemson, every time they were down 3 late in that game, they couldn't miss. They finally did.
Oh my gosh.
What a season.
I've seen so much in that arena. I still wish they go back to Frank McGuire, honestly. They never will. They can't.
I'll tell you a story. I'm 2 for 2 from the foul line at Frank McGuire.
All right. Well,
how about this? When I was in 6th grade, I think my dad took us down. I think we watched them play Louisville. They lost. But it may be in 87, 87. It was back in the 80s because George Felton was the coach there, and it was Frank McGuire Arena. And they're like, if you have George Felton's signature on your program on page blah, 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 come on down. I did. I went down. It was a free throw shooting contest, and I hit both both foul shots.
Nice.
I was good at basketball back then.
What'd you win?
A trip to Myrtle Beach, North Myrtle. It's one of the nice places, like Briar.
Nice.
Something by
That's
the sea.
cool.
It may have been Litchfield by the sea. I don't remember. My parents ended up using it. I didn't. But 2 for 2.
Parents said, "This is not for you, JC."
Yeah, they're like, we're all just gonna take this and just go, and you can just stay here with Grandma. All right. At that point in my life, I was just outside playing basketball all day anyway. And then I discovered
the best years.
And then I started playing football in sixth grade for the first time, and I was really, really, really good at football. Anyway, I couldn't play either one right now without having a heart attack or an aneurysm.
Mike,
so that's barely guys that my wife and I decided to do it.
I can barely get up the steps. Go ahead.
No, I need someone in the chat box. Someone tell me or send me a DM or a private message on the Big Spur. I have to run a 5K in approximately 33 days, and my Couch to 5K program hasn't gotten off the couch yet.
Oh, here's the thing, Matt. You don't have to run the 5K. You could just leisurely jog.
So my wife just did it. She had a goal like 1 month before. She wanted to run the entire thing, and she ran it in 35 minutes. So I don't want to lose, but I know I'm going to.
So it's funny. I mentioned that yesterday on the show about what my wife and I did a few 5Ks up here in Greenville. The final one, because it was the Reedy River run. So I mean, nothing too crazy. But your name did go in the paper with your time every time, and I'm like, oh my goodness. Well, first couple of times I'm like, well, I got to be okay. But I wanted to be with her, so that kind of held me back a little bit. The third time we did it, we had a stroller with our eldest who had just been born. So needless to say, our names were easy to find because they were very, very low on the list. It's just like, yeah, let's look down here. The lower than look at that, an hour and 5 minutes. Yeah.
I would have been like, my name is Bartholomew Strogendorf.
Can you spell
I have
that,
a Spanish
please?
accent, but I am from Germany.
Yeah, right.
I'd have been like, nah, don't put me in the paper for that, man.
No, it's what's funny is like the ones that will put up like 16 minutes, and you're like,
what the heck? What are you doing with your life?
Like, are you just sprinting the whole time? Is that all you? I was talking with one guy who posted like a 17.5-minute 5K, and he was like, yeah, I actually just got, had some heart problems last year and had a couple of heart surgeries, and now I'm 100%. I'm like, dude,
can I get your old heart, please?
You're wearing that thing out.
Oh, take it easy.
Yeah, like, no.
That's insane. Yeah, I'm never gonna do that.
Hey, JC, really quick.
ITG charity 5K, not in the future.
No.
I'll set it.
JC, did you talk about the Hayes Fawcett thing yesterday or 2 days ago? Is there anything to that? The Hayes Fawcett on 3? He put out the cocky coming out of, and it's just like, is anything gonna happen?
My guess is it's related to the welcome home Beamer sent out because I don't see.
Too.
I mean, and I don't know. I don't know Hayes. I like what he does. I wish he worked for us, but he. I would think that if you're in that, if you're in his situation, well, I don't know if the kid tells you. I mean, the only time you kind of run the risk of that. Of being or falsely getting people's hopes up, which is what you worry about, is like, so the kid says he's going to commit, but the staff isn't taking him. That's happened to people before.
Yikes.
And so we'll see kind of what happens. But anyway, Clint says he has something teed up for 1:00 today. Is that about the Gamecocks or just in general? Because he's got all kinds of schools.
Yeah, he's a national guy, isn't he? Or
basically.
I think Gamecock fans are hoping it's Gamecock related, but I'm not expecting anything at 1:00 today.
A lot of the candidates for commits are either visiting Carolina or visiting other schools, unless somebody decides to shut it down. But the guys that could possibly shut it down, that would be a positive development because it probably means they're not going to visit. Because you got a daggum opening scene of Saving Private Ryan coming up for some of these guys. I mean, Carter Meadows and Curry Adams and even JB Shabazz, who I think is literally in love with South Carolina right now. And we all feel good about, but hey, he's still got Ohio State coming up. I mean, he canceled his Auburn and North Carolina visits, but man, there's still some landmines there, dude. I mean, but this is big boy recruiting. I mean, 19 of the 26 scheduled visitors are blue chip players. You're fighting battles, and the idea is to get your share of the players. KJ Johnson, I think, is on commit watch. I put a crystal ball in for him, but he's scheduled to take a visit. I guess who's he visiting? West Virginia today. I'm a little weird. See, here's I explained this on coffee. Why I'm not worried, but I would just keep a little bit of an eye on the West Virginia visit. Number one, I've watched Rich Rodriguez recruit for a long time now. And he's never, except for when he was at Michigan, and it didn't really work out there. When you're at Arizona and Jacksonville State and Ole Miss is the coordinator, or West Virginia, nothing to lose. Nothing. Going up against it, and when you have nothing to lose, sometimes that works. Honestly, people said the same thing about Virginia Tech when Frank Beamer was there. Not that Frank Beamer would never take a hatchet to a program, but his assistants sure would. I mean, I heard that. I heard that. Yeah, like during the Lottie Ajaboy recruitment, Mike Farrell told me, he's like, Hokies have nothing to lose. They just go in there and trash whoever. It doesn't matter. All's fair in love, war, and recruiting, right? But West Virginia is kind of the same way. And, we're all looking at KJ Johnson going, great, Torian Gray type of guy, high 3-star guy, Birmingham, Alabama. West Virginia's looking at him like number 1 corner on the board. We could develop him into an all Big 12, all American, blah, blah, blah. Just because their recruiting board's probably different than Carolina's. And I love KJ Johnson. And the reason I mentioned that is, where did Rich Rod come from? Anybody could tell me what school was he at before West Virginia?
Arizona.
Jacksonville State.
Jacksonville State. Mm-hmm. All right. Phil, where's Jacksonville State located? In the state of?
Alabama.
Right? Yeah.
Alabama. Greenbow, Alabama. And where is KJ Johnson from?
I believe he is also a Bammer.
Alabama.
Right,
so
right.
My thing is, there's still probably a previously existing relationship there with somebody on his staff. It's just kind of random. The other part of that is West Virginia has, of all the states, their state law is the most egregious. It's like, we can pay anybody anything we want.
Yeah, we'll give you any time.
Ask Eagle staff about that. Yeah. And there's one school in that state, and what money they have, they all get behind the Mountaineers. So so that's concern too. I mean, they may just buy him. So
JC, that's really, really quick though. That's what you just did there. I hope everyone paid attention, where you connected the dots. And recruiting isn't just, it's West Virginia versus South Carolina. South Carolina should win that 8 times out of 10 in Gamecock fans' minds. But what you did is said, why West Virginia? A kid from Alabama, why West Virginia? And then you connected the dots, and that was really, really cool, JC, because I've known you for a while. I know you do that, but you actually verbalized, and that was really cool.
You have to be paranoid in this business.
You got to consider all the angles.
It's like when you're in this mindset, cover this, and Clint says he's announcing Monday morning. Yeah, he could have announced for West Virginia if they buy him.
Let's hope not. But
is that? Well, I don't know. I didn't look at the visit list. Is that the visit this weekend, or is it one of the Mississippis? If one of the Mississippis, Carolina's fine.
Let me pull it up right quick.
I'll try and check it out.
And my whole very well thought out theory there is shot.
But hey, they could get it. They could get in the game.
Yeah. So I don't know, but yeah, like you have this kind of mindset covering recruiting. It's either this or like a vice principal, because that's basically what you're doing. You're trying to forecast high schoolers' behavior, and it's tough. So you got to kind of ponder the what ifs.
Oh, it's interesting. 24/7 does not have anything listed from an official standpoint on KJ Johnson beyond just his visit last weekend with Carolina. Yeah, there's nothing there.
Well, I wasted more time.
Not necessarily.
I thought the report was
not necessarily.
I thought he said West Virginia, Ole Miss, Mississippi State. Maybe the kid just said he was going to visit those schools and there was nothing on the books.
Could be. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Like, if he's not going on a trip this weekend and he's committing Monday morning, he's coming to South Carolina. and I have a crystal ball in. I was just pondering the what ifs.
The one that kills me is that Ole Miss one.
Oh, by our Ole Miss guy, Dave.
By the Ole Miss guy.
I've known Dave for years. He's a tremendous human being. Love him to death. But that site will put in a crystal ball and just let it ride. They ain't gonna update it.
Nope.
So hopefully, who knows? But yeah, I like KJ Johnson. I think he's, people. I like to reference the Captain Munnerlyn and Darian Stewart, but that was 20 years ago. So at once upon a time, Carolina went to Alabama and got two very talented, very good defensive backs. One was named Captain. He was from the seaside city of Mobile. And nobody wanted to take him except South Carolina and Kansas State. And he ended up being a baller and playing in the NFL 10 years. Then they went to space camp in Huntsville. And they found Darian Stewart, and they beat mighty Southern Miss for his services. And then he came to Carolina and starred and balled out. He wasn't drafted, but then he made the Broncos and won a Super Bowl. That's the story.
I love those stories.
Dreams can come true.
But it was a long time ago, dude. I'm like,
I told the Captain Munnerlyn Gary Gray story on my show earlier this week. That one's great.
He was better than Gary Gray.
Yeah, and Sydney told him that.
Gary Gray had really good ball skills. It was a really good corner at Notre Dame. He just wasn't a pro. Didn't have the speed. That was one of the most weird, disappointing. It was a big deal at the time. I don't understand what happened there. That was just that was.
I think it all boils down to Captain Munnerlyn and Sidney Rice, if you want the truth, because he decommitted a little bit after that.
Probably so. They didn't.
So I just texted Alex. KJ Johnson. Alex thinks is visiting West Virginia this week, but he's not 100% sure.
Hale would know.
Gosh, Alex, be more like Hale.
No. Hale would know for sure. Alex probably heard me talking about it. But anyway, if he does, he does. Anyway, look, if just in case, all right, let's just. I'm sick of you media people. If you want to take the program, take the program. Let's just reset here for a minute. If he visits West Virginia, keep that in mind. If he doesn't, he doesn't. But yeah, I put in some crystal balls. I need to catch up on the Late Night Gamecock Show. I don't know what all you discussed, but this JB Shabazz guy, like I said, I think he loves Carolina. There's some kids. Every kid has a good visit, unofficially, officially, but there's some that just love it a little more, and those are the guys you normally feel good about getting. What you don't know is he going to love someone else more? Ohio State, somebody like that. But right now, Carolina's looking good. 6'7", 295 pounds, composite 4-star, 24/7 as a 3. Plays a little basketball too, Matt.
Big time.
Wrapping it back into basketball. I love, to me, Urban Meyer said this, and I know he's kind of, let's just say he's crazy, but he made a great point. He knows football. If you ever listen to him talk on his podcast, it's just when he starts talking ball, he's money. He's I told all my coaches basketball, if they don't play basketball, we don't want them. We don't want them if they don't play basketball. And shoot, we have to play basketball. And that's true. Like the Pouncey twins that he had, nobody talked about this. Those two, they were just good high school basketball players. They didn't have a future in the sport, but they could ball.
Mm-hmm.
They could ball. And I've also found that the ones that don't, they're not dead in the water, but it's much more helpful to have the big offensive linemen that do play basketball because of the feet.
Well, it's interesting. South Florence for a long time, it's not mandatory, but they encourage their offensive linemen to play a second sport. And you see some of them on the tennis team. You see some of them playing baseball. You see some of them playing soccer. A lot of them like to play golf because it's a walking sport. But, they go out there and it's huge. It's just so big for your development. And South Florence is another one of those programs. And, you wonder how they become so successful. They're doing yoga and Pilates and everything to get the movements down. And, those pickup basketball games are fierce too. But I mean, I know this because I went to South Florence. I'm still familiar with the program. But the more we see it so often now, JC and Phil, like focusing on one sport is not the way to be successful unless you're, Bryce Harper and you're just a once in a generation type player born to play baseball. You got to play other sports.
Yeah, not in team sports, if you're a great tennis player, you probably need to be playing tennis year round. If you're a great golfer, you probably need to be golfing year round. But in team sports, because so much of your success is dependent on your surrounding players, it is a team sport. And we talked about that competitiveness earlier with AAU basketball, Matt, and playing other sports like quarterbacks. Like some quarterbacks that are just 7-on-7 heroes, and that's all they do, and their dad or whoever gets them out there when they're sixth grade, like, you'll be a quarterback, boy, quarterback 7-on-7, quarterback, go throw the ball, bring it on, do 7-on-7, pass scale. Let's go. And those dads can obviously talk in a Chicago accent as well. Come on, let's go 7-on-7, man, with beef sandwich. I'm not just saying Southern people are like that by any stretch. It's just the first voice that came to my mind. But when you're out there and you have that much pressure, all right, so it's a simulation. Speaking of, we talked about the Matrix yesterday. So speaking of the Matrix, it's a simulation. So it's not real football. And you get hit in the mouth so much playing quarterback in real football that if you don't know how to compete when the crap hits the fan, so to speak, it's tough. And a lot of these guys that play quarterback with a 7-on-7 team also play for a high school, like some of them out in Texas, where they never get touched. It's a spread offense. It's one step and throw. It may be like a couple of times they'll throw a bomb, but they have protection because they have better players than everybody else. They win state. There's nothing. It's not like real football. It is and it isn't. And you only get like 12, 15 games a year anyway. Other than that, you're 7-on-7 all the time. Simulation. So so how some of those guys develop that is they play other sports. So give me the quarterback that, hey, at a camp, he may be 6 for 12 because he just played 9 innings of baseball the previous week for his high school team as a shortstop and pitcher, and his arm's a little, you throw it differently. But give me that guy that goes 6 for 12 at a camp, but he hit the 2 game-winning free throws for his high school basketball team to advance to the state championship game from the semis, over the guy that goes 11 for 12 that's never been touched.
Or give me that DB who had to go play quarterback on his high school team because he was the best athlete and is winning 2 ways.
Guys. Yeah. I love those guys. We're going to talk about DQ Smith when we come back, speaking of guys like that.
No.
All right. You're coming back with us, aren't you, Matt?
I'm here.
Yes. Sweet. Super sweet. All right. We're going to roll on with the Late Night Gamecock. Matt Anderson. After this, I want to remind everyone again about the wing eating contest. June 21st, CB 18 Bar and Grill. If you do the Eventbrite and register, it's free, so you don't have to pay. Just register, tell us you're coming. I'll get a free raffle ticket out to you. Phil maybe can put that in the chat box if you can find it. Also, check out the Late Night Gamecock Show. Matt and Alex, their episode is up on the Chief Sports South Carolina YouTube page. Been up since Tuesday. I'm sure it's a great episode. I am going to listen to it myself after we get off because I need to make some YouTube shorts for these guys. Get their mugs out there a little bit. Also, don't forget, there'll be some disruption in the Chief Sports schedule coming up. We're taking off on June 27th. For our normal summer hiatus, and no live shows during that point. Could be some coffee and none of the main inside the Gamecock shows. Who knows what else? Who knows? It may be a grab bag of surprises. once we get there. We'll be back after these messages for the second hour and the final hour of this beautiful week here on Inside the Gamecocks Show.
Hey, this is Cornbread Cowboy, and you're listening to the show. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions. Basement crawl space encapsulation designed for your specific needs. Your crawl space can be susceptible to all sorts of issues, including moisture buildup, mold growth, and structural damage if not cared for properly. Let our trained experts provide basement crawl space encapsulation solutions to protect your home, improve air quality, and enhance energy efficiency. Schedule your consultation today for a safer, healthier space at dryspacecs.com. Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions, proud supporters of your South Carolina Gamecocks.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more. Welcome to Palm Casual Patio Furniture. Because we are the factory, Palm Casual has the ability to offer the highest quality outdoor furniture paired with world-class service. Since 1979, our factory showrooms have done our best to make the buying process as easy as possible for our customers. Our understanding of the many factors that go into your decision has helped us create our 30-day trial period that increases the level of comfort our customers feel during the shopping experience. Visit us in Somerville, Mount Pleasant, Myrtle Beach, and Bluffton, and online at palmcasual.com for our products and out-of-state locations. Go Gamecocks! Welcome home. That's what the Gamecocks say, and so does nationally recognized the Barndominium Company, where they are building dream homes in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Their turnkey process can be custom designed and takes 6 months on average. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com, thebarndominiumco.com.
Clowns are people too. Clowns are people too. Now I own some tiny horns and got me those red shoes. I don't know much, but know one thing that's true. If you don't know anything, just know that clowns are people too.
Now back to the clowns on the Chief Sports Network.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks The Show. Final hour of the show for your Friday work week. We are going to look at some DQ Smith was teased, so maybe a little secondary conversation will be our primary thought here at the beginning of the second hour.
Yeah, I brought it up because, okay, so here's perception versus, and maybe it's all subjective. You know, I don't know that I sat there and watched a lot of DQ last year. Honestly, he didn't make that many big plays, because Nick Eamon-Warray and O'Donnell Fortune and Jelon Kilgore and those guys were Judge Collar. I think he had a pretty good year. The coaching staff. All right. So here's here's my take on him. And then I'll tell you kind of the reality of him. So my take is I'd like to see him make more big plays like he did early in his career. I know one was on special teams. He had the pick six in the Gator Bowl, all that. But I mean, if the ball doesn't come your way in the secondary, I don't know how the hell what are you supposed to do? Jump in front of Nick Eamon-Warray and intercept the ball? I don't.
Kind of hard to do.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you do that. So that's kind of my take is, kind of, I guess he had a quiet year, but he started every game except the one he was hurt at Vanderbilt. And Peyton Williams came in there, but I don't know. It's one of those things I would really have to go watch.
Well, the issue with him is that you see him chasing players a lot. And sometimes people just don't see the camera angle and realize he actually ran from the other side of the field and is trying to chase the guy down. It's not necessarily he got beat.
Dude, Stephon Gilmore may be one of the best corners to ever play here. There have been plenty that were good. And I remember in the SEC championship game against Auburn completed a long pass or whatever, and Gilmore's chased him, and everybody around me was like, that Gilmore can't cover a bucket of water, but that wasn't his job. Carolina was not all that good at safety that season. And then Antonio Allen got a lot better over the summer and played that nickel spot and was really good. But anywho, so I don't know. I know that when DQ played nickel, that was not a good fit for him.
No,
and I don't think it will ever be. I'll say this: I think there's no talk, zero, internally with the program of him getting beat out by anybody. A lot of people mentioned that. Well, maybe one of these guys could beat out. No, it's one of those where there's a disconnect. Because honestly, if I were just kind of sitting there watching, I'd maybe think the same thing. We hadn't heard much from him. We got a lot of hot shot young guys in the secondary. Just go ahead and put him out there. But there's zero discussion. They'd laugh. They'd laugh about that. So that's A. B, Jamie Bradford, who his breakout player last year was O'Donnell Fortune, who everybody complained about all summer. There were people like upset, like literally upset, angry that the staff didn't go after a portal corner because O'Donnell Fortune's bad. I'm like, listen, Cam Smith was bad before he was Cam Smith. Marcellus Dial was bad before he was Marcellus Dial, right? Darius Rush, nobody thought he'd ever play.
He thought about switching to wide receiver.
Yeah, dude. I mean, so let's have some reality here.
Yeah, it's like the story with DQ Smith and truly the secondary under Coach Beamer. It's like, stop me if you've heard this one before. No name guy, rises up in his final 2 years of eligibility to get himself into the conversation for playing in the NFL. And not that, you know what? Hey, if you're Torian Gray, that's what you're looking for, right? From a resume standpoint, it was like, I can take you from a kid on a high school football field with merely aspirations and a bit of physical talent and ability to, hey, let me get you paid $1 million.
Yeah. I mean, he and DQ, a lot of folks like him. He just had a quiet year to me. So I think. And I got to give Bradford credit for bringing it up because I don't think I've said 6 words about DQ Smith all off season other than when I'm doing a projected depth chart. I just assume he's going to be there. I think he could be a breakout player. And Jamie's basing this too on like his observations from the spring game and things like that. And so I'd like to see, maybe he gets back in the habit of making those big plays and things. But kind of your thoughts on that, because they do need him, and I feel like he had a good year last year. I haven't watched. I may change my mind if I focused on him playing, but you're going to have a new starter at the other spots. Probably going to be Peyton Williams, David Boosie, and Kelvin Hunter from your rival school, West Florence. Is in the mix back there. I think Jalewis Solomon may be able to play back there too. But your thoughts on the importance of DQ Smith this year?
I think it starts with he's been around the block. He knows the system. He's a leader on that defense. He's a rock back there. Having good cornerback play always helps the safeties. Let the safeties focus on their job, not have to go chase down a guy who a corner let him go, and now he's trying to guard 2 guys at the same time, and the quarterback sees it. So I think what happens around DQ is important. But DQ is just steady. Every defensive back is going to give up a big play or 2 or 3 over the course of the season. Now, you just can't let those pile up. And I have no issues with DQ. I think that he's, like I said, foundation block, been there, knows what he's doing. He was another camp eval. We talk about camp evals all the time. And he has a chance to make the NFL. And I think a lot of people would be surprised to see his name maybe get drafted.
They're talking about Jelon Kilgore being a first rounder.
And then you look at the DBs they brought in the transfer portal, the kids they've had in the program a couple of years.
Yeah.
I really think that this defense has a chance to be salty. And for me, it starts with DQ Smith back there.
Oh, very, very interesting.
Yeah.
That's very interesting. I think, DQ, because the secondary didn't get hit as bad as everywhere else. But that said, I think the most irreplaceable guy is Nick Emanware for right now, because you saw it, there's nobody else like him, and that guy, that was one of the rare. You remember Jaron Kearse that played at Clemson?
Yeah,
he's a safety. He was about 6'5". I didn't think he was particularly good at run support. They kind of had him. Same with like Izzy McWamu. They had him back there, and I don't know what Izzy's done with the Cowboys as far as sticking his face in the fan and liking it or not. But, the thing with Nick was he played like Rashad Faison or Emmanuel Cook.
Well, he was a linebacker in high school.
Against the run. Yeah, against the run. But then he could also cover, and he was so fast that he really got good at that part too. So they can't replace him. I just don't think there's anybody like him. Can they be good at safety? Absolutely. But you can't, you're not going to have that freak back there until maybe Kendall Daniels becomes that guy. Maybe it's Jazavian Currents. Maybe it's Tamarian Watkins, whatever. But and then you lost O'Donnell Fortune, and you got a guy in either Swain or Cisse that can step right in. I don't think the secondary suffered as many losses, because you still have Kilgore, you still have Smith. They played a lot of ball. You mentioned the experience factor, the elder statesman factor. Cisse's coming in. He was one of those guys too good not to take, or he has come in too good not to take, had a big spring. Vakari Swain was awfully good as the third corner last year. They're talking about Judge Collier being all SEC, which I think he could be. So that, that the secondary still, even though that's a big loss, and I think it's because of guys like Smith, really sets up nicely.
It's interesting that you say, and I'm not disagreeing with you with Nick Emanware being the biggest loss on the defense, but you're talking about defensive national player of the year at defensive end, and we're not saying how are we going to replace that guy? And look, it's because you have Dylan Stewart there, number one, and you built up that defensive end room as well. But man, I just think about that secondary, and I see a lot of forced turnovers coming their way this year. And like you mentioned earlier, DQ has had a nose for the football at different times of his career. And that's what you want. You want a kid with a nose for the football. And let's just see what happens this year. Don't write him off. So many Gamecock fans have written DQ completely off. And like JC, you said earlier, give a young guy a chance. Well, watch what happens when you give a young guy a chance who's not DQ Smith with 3 years of SEC starting experience under his belt. Then you might be asking for DQ Smith back there.
Yeah, I look at it, and I think I'll go with experience, and I think honestly with DQ, it's the two things we mentioned, man. It's not very many big plays, but I mean, Jelon Kilgore and Nick Emanware and O'Donnell Fortune were kind of ball hogs last year, right? Mm-hmm. And that's fine. And then Marcus in the Nana Sports chat box says he lost some confidence last year. Maybe in getting beat 101 or whatever. And I'm sure he did. I'd have to go back and look. Sometimes though, when he's chasing a guy, that wasn't him, but it's just one of those things. So I think the secondary is going to be fine. I really, really do. At the end of the day, I think the defense in general, everybody bemoans the losses on the D line, and they were significant. But you mentioned somebody named Dylan Stewart. And I went through this too the other day. Like between 2011 and 2012, Carolina lost a player named Melvin Ingram. And also, I think Travian Robertson on the inside of that line.
Same class.
I don't remember if Lottie Ajiboye was 2010 or not, but they ended up starting like Byron Gerardo and Kelsey Quarles. And Kelsey's good, but he was young and unknown coming in, and Gerardo was a second-year JUCO, or maybe first-year JUCO.
And Kelsey was he wasn't undersized, but he was just thin. I remember him being so thin his freshman year.
And that was weird too. His dad, Buddy Quarles, is enormous. He played offensive line at Carolina, and he was big in high school for some reason. Like I think it seemed, and look, I may be wrong. But I think Tennessee or somebody was recruiting him, told him he was a defensive end. And in high school, he lost a lot of weight, and he ended up coming to Carolina anyway. But he put it back on, and I thought he was a good player. I thought had he stayed one more year, he would have been drafted. He and Vic Hampton both. There's another couple of interesting happenings that torpedoed that 2014 defense. So, but yeah, I don't know. I think they'll be good to say. Yeah, and people have to keep in mind too. I mean, I'll say this about the defense in general, and then we'll move on to something more fun. There's more talent on this defense than any of the defenses Shane Beamer's had, and most of them that Will Muschamp had, and probably all the way back to like 2012.
Yeah.
Or 13, because you had Clowney. Than any of those teams except last year. Think about it. I mean, they didn't have anybody like Dylan Stewart on the 2014 defense, or any who there's not very many people like Dylan. He's a special player. Somebody on social media, one of the podcasts, compared him to a lion. I was like, that's a pretty good comparison. I think Kyle Kennard and his effectiveness last year really had a lot to do with teams being scared to death of 6. And I think anytime you have that, you got a shot.
Yeah.
So, and Marcus points out it has a lot of blue chippers. I'll say this, there's probably, like, if you talk like talent, like who off this defense this year is going to play in the NFL, there's probably a lot more, or maybe not a lot more, but there's more this year than there was last year. Now, they're young. You don't have a fifth-year guy at middle linebacker and a grown-ass man sitting over there at Demetrius Knight, and Brian Martin Scott was in his 5th year, and O'Donnell Fortune was an older player. You don't have guys like that. I mean, they're young, but I think potentially they're, as far as just number of guys off this defense this year that you can say, yeah, they'll play in the league is probably more than last year.
I'm just counting in my head right now. I mean, you have Dylan go across the rest of the defensive line. I think Diddley has a chance because he's just so big. And then you go across the linebackers. I mean, you're high on Fred Johnson, and I think everyone should be. Fred Johnson has a chance. The 2 transfers, I think, have a chance at linebacker, or Ronco. And I think you might be looking at 4 and over under 4.5 players in the secondary on this Gamecock defense make the NFL.
Oh, there's always somebody that I think's really good that doesn't make it. So,
yeah. I'm not saying draft it. I'm just saying make it.
Was play in the NFL. Yeah, but
probably, I'd probably go over.
Maybe
I would go over.
Yeah. Because I mean, looking down the road, like the freshman, I mean,
that's
DeMarcus Leach is a guy that in time is going to be, I think, really good. And Kendall Daniels, I mentioned earlier, is going to be really good. I mean, so yeah, I think that's
Louis Solomon.
Louis Solomon. I mean, plausible right there in the secondary. So we'll see what happens. I think that a lot of times when you have recent success, and last year was about as recent as it gets, and you understand the formula for success, which the Gamecock fans do. They understand it was a deep defensive line last year. It was a rotation deal. There was an older defense. There's a lot of leadership there, and a lot of big play guys like Tonka Hemingway and Nick and things like that. And then that's a lot of people walking out the door. I think that, Gamecock fans are smart. They realize that, and they're like, oh, so they naturally worry about it. But I think as humans, sometimes it's like the most recent thing. The national football media has a bad habit of this. Like whatever worked in the past season, if you're talking about recruiting or anything, that's what works moving forward. Just like for years, everybody's like, well, if you're going to win national, you got to sign the number one class and have a class full of 5-stars like Alabama. And then you'd have Florida State and Southern Cal and all these other teams sign, LSU would sign a class that was 4 and 5 stars. And, then they go 8 and 4 or Southern Cal go 5 and 7. And God forbid Miami hadn't done anything. And
we're not talking about those top signing classes, JC. We're talking about the one that won the national championship.
Yeah. But see, if you're in the media and you sit there and you judge everybody based on that, and then you hype a team that, okay, on paper's 4, but they didn't get the right ones, because that was Nick Saban's secret sauce. It was he not only was selecting from the cream of the crop, he got the right guys, like a guy like Minka Fitzpatrick. By the way, his brother Justice Fitzpatrick committed to Georgia and Kirby Smart this week. I'll never forget, he and Landon Collins were stud defensive backs, 5 stars all day long. They were amazing. Landon was from Louisiana and bucked his home state school and pissed his mom off at the Under Armour game and went to Alabama. And then Fitzpatrick was from New Jersey. And I remember their first year at Alabama, they're sitting there on the punt block team, balling out, because Alabama was loaded on the back end. Those types of guys that are willing to come in and not be entitled and play your ass off on the punt, those are the types of guys that Nick Saban got, because they had a really good system of evaluating not just the talent, but who they were. And not everybody was going to fit with what they do. And so that was what was impressive. That was the secret sauce there. It wasn't numerically that, they got all these. I mean, a lot of teams signed 4 and 5 stars and stuff like that. So we'll see what happens moving forward with Alabama and the schools. But my point of all that was to say that I said that to say this is, sometimes whatever the latest thing is, that the trend, that's what people look for. That's what they want to do. If Deion Sanders continues to win at Colorado, I guarantee you already see it popping up. Eddie George is now the head coach at Bowling Green. Former players and big name, they're going to be more popular in the coaching ranks. So it's just kind of a Johnny come lately thing. So I understand why everybody with the Carolina defense is like, oh, I got to have 6 deep at D tackle and 8 deep at D end and rotate them on. I get that. But there's been pretty good defenses around here before that have maybe had 3 or 4. And if you think about this, Matt and Phil, riddle me this. Did they really rotate 6 defensive tackles in a game consistently last year? Remember, DeAndre Jules was hurt. They got to steal a red shirt for Nick Barrett. Rondarius Porter didn't start playing until the end. He only played 10 snaps. When Jules was healthy, I thought they had a really nice 4-man rotation. But really, if you look at the snap counts, Huntley, Hemingway, Sanders, those are the guys that played most of the snap. And Goodwine was that 4th guy.
Yeah. I think do you think if they had held on to, I'm blanking on his name, JC, he transferred to Georgia, got kicked off South Carolina.
Xavier McLeod.
I wonder if he would have factored in last year or not.
I think he would. He's a good enough player to be in the rotation. And probably could have played quite a bit depending on, it would have been up to him because he played for Georgia this past year. And I thought he looked pretty good, to be honest with you. I didn't think, I honestly didn't think that he was that bad. I thought that, was he as good as some of those other guys? Nah. But I think that on Georgia's team, no. But I did think that I did think he was pretty good. So
it'd be interesting to look at how often Georgia rotated the defensive tackles because they've collected so many of them. And I feel like at this point, they're just like, look, we're going to have 20 defensive tackles on the roster a year. We'll cycle them out if they don't work out. We're just going to take the numbers and play the numbers game and then say, all right, you're going to get $10,000 next year. Please.
Yeah. Some of those guys they get though are ends in their 3-man front.
Yeah.
Too. They're bigger in, like technically, I think McLeod played it. So they got the 0, you got the big guy in the middle, and then you got the other guys. I wouldn't, they're all over Desmond Green. And I love Desmond Green. And I think Carolina's got a good shot at him, but I could see them doing what they did with Jordan Davis and switching him to defense to play that 0.
Yeah,
because those guys are just so hard to find. I mean, you can't find those big guys. So here's the breakdown of the tackles last year. Hemingway, and this is unofficial from John Whittle at the Big Spur, who does the painstaking snap counts. So basically, Tonka played 507 snaps, TJ 468, Boogie 388. Then there's a drop off. Goodwine 160, Jules 142. Barrett 85, Porter 55. So, by comparison, 160 snaps. Brady Hunt played at tight end, played 149. So Goodwine was out there about as much as Brady Hunt was. So really,
you're looking about 12 snaps a game when you get to the 160 range.
Yeah. So you're really, if you're sweating this, reality is they rotated most of the time 3. Now, had Jules not gotten hurt, those numbers are a lot different, I think.
Yeah.
DeAndre Jules is a really good player. But I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Go back to what Steve Spurrier used to say about depth and rotating in South Carolina versus the SEC. Steve Spurrier used to always say, got to keep our top 22 healthy. Our top 22 can play with anybody. You get down after that. We don't want to do that.
Yeah, he was fanatical. And that happened. I mean, you go back and look at those teams that won 11 games, and you're looking at the 2 deep, and you go, ooh, I'm glad that guy didn't have to play a whole lot. Now Brad Lawing, who taught Travian Robertson a lot, and he coaches just like Brad, he would steal snaps with guys like Aldrick Fordham would come in and at either defensive end or tackle, it would be like this point in the game. And you look and you see Aldrick Fordham's out there, and it's a critical moment in a close game. He held his own, did fine, no harm, no foul. He'd keep coming back off, and you keep your guys fresh that way. And I think that's probably pretty, what you probably want with all that.
Well, that's probably the goal too. Like, I don't think, maybe some people may look at it from the perspective of it was like, well, when they're talking, you got to have 6 deep on that, on the tackle side. Then, they're like, well, they want an even snap share between them all, but it's not necessarily that, right? Like your primary guys are your primary guys. That's why there is a depth chart with a 1-2, right? Yeah. And then your 2-3 guys are, either developmental or just guys that may not necessarily be as good as the guy in front of them. So it's like you give them, spell it, like you said, JC, everybody needs a little break, right? And keep them fresh, because if you're down to the wire in the fourth quarter, you want as fresh a one line as you can get.
Because nobody subs on the O-line. Listen to these snap counts.
Right.
O-line. Vershawn Lee, 899. Kamar Bell, 880. Simpkins, 855. Casey Henry, 816. Josiah Thompson, 785. So that's for your starting 5 most of the year. The next guy is Shivers at 129. The next guy's Big Tree at 120. After that, Ball 82, Marquis 45, Brubaker 28, Blake Franks got in, Pringle got in, Nini Manziel got in. He hit the portal. But you don't sub on the O line, but you sub all day on the D line. And then in the fourth quarter, who's going to be tired? I mean, that's the whole thing there. We'll talk about ends, and we'll leave you this and then go to break. Phil, you can cut on the music if you like, brother. So the ends, or the edge, if you will. Kennard, 557. Dylan Stewart, 537. The next person, 200 snaps less. Brian Thomas Jr. at 314. After that, Gilbert had 127. Desmond Umazulu, 112. JT Gear, 96. Wendell Gregory, 7. So there's a 223 snap difference between Dylan Stewart and Brian Thomas Jr. last year.
And then there's just guys that you're like, there's no damn way we're taking him off the field unless he's hurt.
Yeah. Now keeping Dylan Stewart fresh is going to be.
No, they did, and they rotated him in. Yeah.
You do exert a lot of energy rushing the passer.
Oh, shoot, yeah.
And I don't know. And you guys think about this during the break. I'm pretty confident Carolina's pass defense, that includes rushing the passer and includes covering, will be fine this year. But the run defense, to me, it's not a question mark as to these guys can't stop the run, but that's where the inexperience is right in the middle of the defense. So think about that. If you want to be in the middle of a party and have fine furniture, check out Palm Casual. Palm Casual is a sponsor of the show, the morning show. Our main man, Mike Morgan, has bought some Palm Casual furniture. So JC and Morgan also has Palm Casual. Check them out, all their locations. They're really good people, and they're a proud sponsor of Inside the Gamecocks The Show. Also, if you're hankering for a hunk of pimento cheese.
And who isn't?
Who isn't? Right. Nana's Porch, nanasporchpimentocheese.com. The notorious, iconic sponsors of the iconic sponsor's not iconic, JC. It's the actual chat. The sponsor of the iconic Nana's Porch chat box. And I'll leave you with this. Cam shoots this nugget in. Man, that's a lot of snaps to return at the tackle position to go along with your returning quarterback. That's got to count for something. Yeah, John Strickland was talking about that the other day, about the tackles coming back. Bradford brought it up. He's like, nobody's talking about those guys. But both tackles coming back is significant. And we will be back to significantly wrap up this show. Going to probably talk about some other things here, including football, as we roll on the show on a Friday. Back after this.
Oh, man. The building is on fire.
Emergencies and accidents happen. When you're in the middle of a fire or water event, all you want is for things to return to normal as soon as possible. Resto Pros of the Midlands is with you, guiding you through the process and working with you to get your home or office back in working order. They'll answer your questions, discuss procedures, and can act as your advocate when it comes to processing your insurance claim. Resto Pros Midlands SC.com. Open 24/7 when you need them. Quality that is guaranteed.
Welcome to SEC Sunday Night, part of the Chief Sports Network. Debuting Sunday, June 1st at 8 p.m. on the Chief Sports app and the Chief Sports YouTube page. Hosted by Rob Williams and Craig McMichael, SEC Sunday Night will feature the conversations, have the information, and host the guests that make this storied conference great. Join us June 1st for SEC Sunday Night on the Chief Sports Network.
Welcome to Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions. Basement crawl space encapsulation designed for your specific needs. Your crawl space can be susceptible to all sorts of issues, including moisture buildup, mold growth, and structural damage if not cared for properly. Let our trained experts provide basement crawl space encapsulation solutions to protect your home, improve air quality, and enhance energy efficiency. Schedule your consultation today for a safer, healthier space at dryspacecs.com. Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions, proud supporters of your South Carolina Gamecocks.
Happy New Year from the Barndominium Company, where they are building dream homes in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Their turnkey process can be custom designed and takes 6 months on average. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com, thebarndominiumco.com. Gamecock owned and operated.
And now, the show goes on.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks The Show. Final segment of the week here on a Friday. JC, Mad Dog, and of course, we had Late Night Gamecock Matt Anderson in with us. Oh, it'll probably be wide open for the next 20 minutes. So we're all
like it hasn't been all show.
Well, you know how we roll.
It's Friday.
We put a certain, I don't know, a flair on what it is that we do. Hell, it gets like this, and during football season. When we should be maintaining focus and staying on task. We run this thing with a certain level of ADHD flair. Like
I am not a professional.
No, same, right?
My background is not in this. I didn't go to broadcasting school. Thankfully,
real quick, I want to get y'all's take on this.
Go ahead.
I know we don't follow the NBA that often, or that much. I don't know how
the Timberwolves still playing.
Nah, it's game 2 or no, game 1 or game.
It's the Thunder.
Who won last night?
It's the Thunder and the Pacers, right?
Yeah, I think the Thunder were up big. Last I saw my ESPN.com look before I went to sleep.
Yeah, it was interesting. Like I saw that too, and then I woke up this morning to Pacers win game 1. I was like, wow, they mounted one heck of a comeback. And of course, dig a little deeper, and who is it? Like this guy has turned into Mr. Clutch for Indiana, and Tyrese Halliburton with another go-ahead shot. Which I saw an interesting stat while I happened to randomly come across it. Like Tyrese Halliburton has not this season missed a go-ahead shot in the final 30 seconds of a game all season. I mean, that's
all season
clutch.
Yeah.
Clutch. Yeah.
So, you know what they say about playoff series? It's not a series until the road team wins. And I think that the Thunder are a heavy favorite going into the game last night. I think the spread was 9.5. And I'm looking right now, the spread on Sunday is 10.5 favoring the Thunder. And I think at halftime, I went to sleep and it was 12. I think a 12-point halftime lead for the Thunder. So good on the Pacers, good on John Whittle. John Whittle was celebrating that last night. And then in the NHL, what a heck of a game 1. I watched that, and that was fantastic. It went to overtime, and the Oilers got it done. Who y'all got you like the Edmonton Oilers or the Florida Panthers in the Stanley Cup Finals?
I'm pulling against Canada.
Yeah, I'm
and I'll tell you why.
Even though all the guys are from Canada,
I know it'll get political, like as to why they're having wildfires in Canada, but it is up for debate. But it looks hazy out here where I live because the Canadian wildfires, the smoke has blown into Chicagoland.
They're just ruining JC's weekend.
That maple syrup just could be the death of me. No. I wouldn't mind seeing Canada win, Edmonton win it, because I remember when Gretzky played for the Edmonton Oilers, but honestly, my answer to both of those things is I don't care.
Yeah.
I spend no time.
I love honest.
I did want the Knicks. I wanted the Knicks to do good just because I've struggled for a long time with why the Knicks aren't good in basketball. I think that's a kind of like Chicago Bears, to be honest with you. Same kind of that's the mecca of basketball. Madison, they play in Madison Square Garden. It's New York's team, man, and they suck. And this year they had a good year, and they
fired their coach,
and then they fired their coach.
And I'm like, so I paid attention, paid attention until then, but.
How important is a coach on an NBA team these days?
Not very. The Denver Nuggets just fired their guy because the GM didn't like him, and I think there's a lot of clowns in the NBA general manager role. I mean, the guy for the Mavericks is awful.
You talk about just a who knows who type situation. That's how you get to be a GM in the NBA. Bill has a good point here. I don't know if you saw the Braves game yesterday, y'all, but they were up 5 runs going into the 9th and lost. I think they gave up 7 runs in the top of the 9th or something like that.
11-10. That's
that's something
that's 162 games, though, not a NBA Finals.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like the Bulls GM, Billy Donovan's coaching his behind off every single year. He doesn't have a very good team any year, and he's a great coach. I think he's masochistic a little bit. He's kind of like me when I played PlayStation and smoked weed in college, because it's like I would sit there and we had all the sports games, and I would prefer at times to play 162 games on MLB Live. And you win one, lose one, win one, lose one over the course of a couple of weeks, I enjoyed that better than the college football game. And it's like, I was kind of masochistic. So I think that's Billy Donovan right now. It's just like this long, difficult thing where you appreciate going 500, but they never make any moves. They never help him at the trade deadline. He wins just enough to get in. It's crap. Reinsdorf, who is selling the White Sox, also owns the Bulls, by the way, for a once proud franchise. But so the GMs in the NBA. That's why everybody that talks about Carolina just needs to take the job of GM away from Beamer. He's not qualified to do it. You need this. I think this is sort of I call it some residue of the Ray Tanner narrative. Coaches don't have any business being. Look.
Oh, just wait till Shane Beamer in 10 years is the AD at South Carolina. Then we'll have real problems.
I'll say this. I think this program is screwed 6 ways from Sunday. If you take the job of deciding how your roster is put together away from Shane Beamer and give it to some clown with autonomy. I mean, the guy, there's really 80% of these people out there. No. It's Beamer's found the sweet spot. Leave him alone. Leave that part of it alone. You want to question coordinators and all. Hey, great. That's football. But I don't know how anybody can sit there and say that there's a need for a general manager at South Carolina for football. And not just that, if they want to call Darren Usher the general manager, I'm all for that. I like Darren a lot. He works his butt off and does a good job. Give him the title, just like everywhere else. This general manager at Alabama, who's getting paid all that money, he doesn't tell Kalen DeBoer. He doesn't have final say over Kalen DeBoer, If
Kalen DeBoer wanted him gone, he'd be gone.
But I think there are people that do that because they're whole, in their mind, the worst thing that ever happened to Carolina athletics was Ray Tanner being the AD. And I can assure you that's not at all. Not even close. Not even second, third, fourth, not even top 10. Say what you want. So in their mind, a GM is an administrative type of role because you're dealing with NIL and you're dealing with, roster building. And so in their mind, I think they're like, well, coaches aren't qualified to do this. And in college football, that's just not true. It's just very untrue. The coaches need to have final say. The day they don't is the day, along with some other things that could happen, like unlimited eligibility and 30-year-olds playing, or breaking it away from an actual school and just having these guys play football all day. That's the day I'm probably like, man, I'm just going to go study something and become a historian.
Well, JC, we hate, we don't hate. Hate's such a strong word, but, a lot of people don't like Bill Belichick because he was so successful in the NFL. And is it Tom Brady, Bill Belichick? I'm not having that conversation. But what I am saying is, what did Bill Belichick never give up control of? The team.
Players.
He wanted to figure out who he wanted, how he was going to do it, how much they were going to get paid, all of that. And who is arguably the most successful NFL coach of all time? Bill Belichick. And so when you bring a GM in, there's so much turmoil, especially the NFL. It's so dumb because the GM sometimes you have good GMs, but the majority of the time, 80% of GMs are just fluff, and they're just they enjoy the job and they like being around football.
Like, I looked up the resume of this dude that worked for the Nuggets that fired their coach because he was too hard on the players. I mean, these are pros, man. I mean, and it wasn't anything abusive or unprofessional. No. It was just like, hey, you guys need to get it together because we're not doing so well. Fired, out, you know. And I read the GM's background. It was like law degree from Cherry Hill State in New Jersey, and then went to Princeton for undergrad from Cherry Hill State, went to Princeton, worked at a bank, and boom, NBA. Was an intern in the media department, and now he's the GM. I'm like, wow. I mean,
don't you love getting a law degree from Princeton, and then you couldn't hack it as an attorney, so you're going to be an intern in the media department of NBA. Think about those. He took the job for the student loans he had to pay off.
That's the kind of stupidity we're dealing with. Okay, and then I see some of these guys like the GM at Florida State. Now, Norvell is still making the decisions down there, but this guy makes enough decisions to where he can screw it up. I mean, I'm just like, but there are some fans out there, Gamecock fans, that think that's the next step. Boy, we need, no. Somebody to help Beamer like Usher's doing, or like Taylor Edwards did, or get them more staff so they can monitor the portal. I mean, invest in it, yes. But Shane Beamer's done the best job of any coach I've seen at South Carolina at the recruiting plan part of it, right? Yeah. Like this whole South Carolina's 8 players from Maryland on their roster. Eight from freaking. They had 15% of their rosters from Virginia, Maryland, DC. Who's the last Maryland guy? Like, I know Jalen Christian was here for a minute. Gonzie Gray was that the last Maryland play?
God, what a name!
I mean. And that's right up the road, dog. I mean, there are thousands of students from DC that go to Carolina, and for the state of Virginia that come to Carolina. And it's loaded. And there's no powerhouse football program up there. Nobody else recruited it. Every now and then.
Virginia Tech, Frank Beamer made his hay over there at Virginia Tech.
Name has helped in Virginia, and then Shane recruited a DC in Maryland. When he was at Oklahoma, he got Caleb. He signed Caleb Williams at Oklahoma, so he's got those connections. But there was nothing preventing some. I mean, G.A. Mangus tried to go up there, to his credit, but when you don't have the head coach on board and you have other people in the building that think you're wasting your time and you just want to recruit 4 states, that's what's going to happen most of the time. So, the folks that say Carolina needs some sort of GM. And I'm not talking about getting the title or anything like that, but someone to override the head coach, that is the dumbest idea ever right now in the world. Now, say you had a coach that wasn't really good at all this. Yeah, like honest to God, Steve Spurrier, if he was the head coach here, maybe you give him veto power on recruits, but he kind of defers to his personnel guy. I'll take that deal all day long. But right now with Shane Beamer, that's he's done a great job building this thing. I think
so. I have an off the wall thing that someone told me, and this is a dad of a recruited player that South Carolina recruited. I'm not going to go any deeper than that. He has talked to multiple college staffs, and I don't think it's a crazy idea. It's out there. I want to get y'all's take on this. We got 10 minutes left on a Friday, so it's the perfect time for this conversation. He said that each sorry, I'm laughing. It's so funny that the men's basketball program, women's basketball program, each athletics program at every college should hire a private investigator to watch their athletes around campus and get information and intel on what they're doing, what they're talking about, where they are, just so you know who's talking about leaving.
Jeez.
Hey, wow. Kim Jong-un.
That's right. Yeah, talk about surveillance state.
Surveillance state.
I like it when he was telling us. I could think of a guy holding up a newspaper, just where's Dylan Stewart?
That's right.
Today?
Yeah, that's right. And but here's the thing, though. This GM thing, you want to know what's going to be bad? and what's going to create this movement across the country for idiot ADs and short-sighted fans alike, the worst thing that could happen would be
Belichick
a bowl
wins.
eligible Stanford.
Oh God, yeah. Well, and look, I've explained this
they
before,
doubled
too.
their win record, bringing in and Andrew Luck's running the program. Blah blah blah. Oh my God, I can hear it now.
Luck, yeah, that's different though. Andrew Luck actually is an associate athletic director.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Stanford's got like 40 varsity sports.
Oh yeah, that's going to be a big push though if that works. It was like, well, we just need to make the general manager, part of the administrative staff, and they need to do it that way.
Hey, I think the best thing for South Carolina is some of these SEC schools that struggle. Like if Bill Belichick wins at North Carolina using the NFL for, please do that.
Yeah, that's
please,
right. Do
God.
it.
Like Auburn, and I don't wish Auburn any ill will, but they do recruit players South Carolina would like to have. But dude, let's say Hugh Freeze goes 6-6 this year, and they're like, enough, leave. And then Belichick gets let's say he gets North Carolina to the playoff. It's the story of the year. Well, you know what we need to do. Let's go hire Pat Shurmur, who's the OC, who actually Mike Shula and he worked together. He's actually a pretty good play caller. Let's go hire Pat Shurmur or, one of these guys that's an NFL guy and give him a GM. And please do that at Auburn. Please.
Oh my goodness!
No, it'll be Josh McDaniels because we need a Bill
Josh
Belichick
McDaniels.
disciple.
Yeah, that's
dude,
right.
Josh
Be a new guy.
McDaniels.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
There we go.
If he coaches offense, Tom Brady, and Tom Brady's gonna be the offensive coordinator.
That would be the Dion route, I think.
Well, that would be what Auburn fans would say. They'd be like,
Brady.
"We're getting Josh McDaniels and Tom Brady."
That's right. You know who
There
we
he is
need?
here.
Cam Newton.
Cam Newton show up dressed like a tall prince.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, he does. He dresses just like Prince.
Cam Newton looks like he stepped out of the pages of GQ magazine, is announced as the new general manager at Auburn.
I'm like, yeah.
With a cane and a fur coat. I could see it now.
And wearing a dress.
Yeah. John Edwards says, let's chill on Pat Shurmur without Hunter and the QB. Well, here's what I know. They had a great offensive coach in Sean Lewis. They demoted him. I thought it was a horrible move, but their offense got better. So, hey, I will take the Pepsi challenge over evaluating coordinators over you every day of the week and twice on Sunday. So that's what I know are the facts. I'm not saying Pat Shurmur was great in the NFL. He obviously wasn't, but I do think you can take some things away because there are very few NFL guys that are successful coming back. I think you should take some things away from that, but I will not chill on the Pat Shurmur thing. And why would you try to bring that up in a debate right here on a Friday? I was using that as an example as to why Auburn should take the bait. You missed the whole point,
right? Yeah,
exactly. Good old John. Where is Brew and Cock to talk smack to him a second?
Well, just remember,
can you imagine Mike McCarthy at the college level?
I tell you who I could imagine I think, but he would never do it, would be Andy Reid. I think Andy Reid's offense is if he could teach it, right? If he could teach it in short time, I think his play calling is just elite.
If Belichick does win, how many calls does Sean Payton get from the SEC?
Oh my God. Hey, Sean,
come
Scott
on,
Woodard at LSU. We just fired Brian Kelly. Yeah, he killed a kid at Notre Dame. Anyway, he didn't kill a kid at Notre Dame.
Doug Peterson.
Doug Peterson. Hey, I thought Doug Peterson won a Super Bowl.
Right. Really special.
Yeah. So John Emerson, all I'm saying is Colorado will fall off without those two players. I agree.
Maybe
that makes no sense. Yeah,
no,
Travis Hunter
I
is
wasn't
one of the
talking
best
about
players
that.
of all time.
A coach is only as good as his players. I mean, like everybody goes crazy about Mike Bobo when he was here. Mike Bobo had one of the best 2020, one of the best years calling plays that he has had in a long time, and that Carolina has had in a long time. Because it's not about the outcome. I mean, that team had no business moving the ball. They had one receiver and a tight end. One. And Colin Hill.
Oh, JC, here's another guy for you, Matt Eberflus. Where do you want him to coach?
Matt Eberflus, Missouri, because he's the D coordinator at Missouri back in I think he was the D coordinator there in 2005 when Carolina blew the lead in the Independence Bowl.
Yeah,
Steve Spurrier didn't have much problem with didn't have a lot of problems in the first half with Eberflus. Oh, it's that Eberflus defense. It's just all the little tight ends.
What about Shane Waldron? You want him anywhere, JC?
No. Yeah, he was terrible. But
I mean, and is Phil Longo a bad OC because he couldn't make it work at Wisconsin with this stuff?
No, he's not. His shtick seems to wear thin, though, Phil. Yeah, he got fired at Ole Miss, kind of got out, or was they going to be asked to leave. And then he goes to UNC and got fired or left. And I don't know. Yeah, I think Phil Longo's a good OC. I like him. I like his system, but I think he needs to be at the right place. So, anyway, John Edwards said Bobo was awful. No, he wasn't. You can ask anybody that knows football. And he hated him because he failed on Shane Beamer. I think that's a fair point of criticism when it comes to that subject. But as far as the play calling goes, I mean, he did very well. Certainly much better than some other coordinators Collins had right here. All right, I'm done talking about that. Anyway, in the Nana Sports chat box, JC will be going to Destin. Oh, I thought the Queen of the Cocks was saying he was going to Destin. But he said, I would go to Destin if a GM comes in and starts telling Shane Beamer who to recruit. And yes, I did see the Evan Stewart news with the torn ACL. That's unfortunate. I've always thought he was really good at A&M and at Oregon. So
that stinks.
I hate that for the Ducks, but I mean, Dan Lanning, though, I mean, they're about to put him on the coaching Mount Rushmore, and he's done about the same as Mario Cristobal did there.
Well, that's when they're going to bring in Ken Dorsey.
Ken Dorsey. And a GM. Hey, let's go hire the GM from the Trailblazers. He's good.
Ken Dorsey. Going to make Marcus Mariota the GM.
Tommy Reese and Ken Dorsey co-coordinators. Anyway,
let's get out of here.
Wrap it up, man. Phil, Matt, it's been a pleasure, gentlemen.
Always.
It's been fun today.
Yeah, a lot of fun today. All right, I'm going to title this episode, Don't Need No GM.
Don't need no GM.
I love that.
Right.
No GM. No GM required. Like
it's
the
perfect Collins tease too. You have to wait till the last 30 minutes to hear about it.
Yeah, I know. If I had like an AI program that could really like do what I wanted to do, I would put my face or y'all's face on it, like a 3-headed Phil Collins with the jacket on the front of the cover. And it'd be like the No Jacket Required album cover. It would say No GM Required. Like
no
Phil,
GM
like
required.
Phil Collins. Actually, I think I'm going to call the show 3-Headed Phil Collins.
3-Headed Phil Collins.
Dude, I don't know if y'all always play this song on Fridays at the end or whatever, because all I can see is Chris Farley right now and Patrick Swayze dancing.
Yes.
It's amazing. That was one of the most epic. Kevin Nealon, I don't know how he didn't laugh during that one. It was
he caught himself a couple times.
That was best. I miss old Chris Farley. If you want to cry this afternoon, go on YouTube and look up Chris Farley Shrek and watch, because he was Shrek.
He was going to be Shrek, yeah.
And there's audio of him saying lines.
I never knew that. Oh, wow.
You didn't know that, Phil?
No, I did not.
I'm quite sure I told Dina. Anyway, so if you want to have a good cry, I mean, because the lines he says are really, I mean, it just breaks your heart. Anyway,
I'm just gonna watch Tommy Boy instead. I don't want to.
Yeah, that's probably better. Better thing to do. Anyway, we will be back on Monday. Coffee inside the Gamecocks The Morning Show, inside the Gamecocks The Show. Probably Whittle and Morgan on the morning show Monday. Matt will be back with us next week at some point.
Hey, quick programming. Late Night Gamecock Show is gonna be Thursday next week. I got to travel out of town.
Well, you know I do a schedule every morning
Yeah.
And I put it, and it's too early for me to text you and ask you.
I'm usually awake, actually, JC.
Just hey, I don't care when it is. If you're not, if there is a change, text me.
I got you covered.
Please. I don't care if you text me at 3 a.m. I'm not going to be upset. Just text me because I get up. It's 4 a.m. over here. It's 5 over there. There's no way I'm texting anybody about anything. So anyway.
SEC Sunday night, 8 o'clock too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Craig, McMichael, and all that. By the way, I got a video from Kreger from the chat box.
I thought that's who that was from.
Yeah, that's his son. Water skiing, waterboarding. Looks good doing it. Wakeboarding. Looks like a pro, man. Looks like a pro.
Yeah, he does.
All right, we're out of here. Have a great weekend, everybody. Drink a few for us. I'm going to go work on this yard sale because I think I got to get it done a week in advance, right? Because it'll be a disaster if I wait till next week.
You need to get in the newspaper.
Yeah.
Put it on Craigslist.
Well, no, it's a community. Like the whole place we live, like everybody's doing a yard sale at once. So
nice.
Residual traffic. So anyway, I may get a cooler out there, just drink my face off.
Hey, you can sell beer $1.50. You'll make a profit.
Give me $1. Give me $1. All right, we're out of here, folks. Have a good weekend. We love you. We'll be back soon.